and she's here to offer greetings. And so, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah. As you all have just seen, we are now recording this day so that you'll have the information later on to come back to. So, Sarah.
Good morning, or for those of us in New York, good afternoon to everybody. It's so wonderful to be here with you today. And I think I'm actually the least exciting part of the agenda. I think all of the things that you are going to do, that Pam and Marcella and the incredible planning committee have put together for this day, are going to be way more exciting than me. But I did want to just welcome you to this Fall Professional Development Day. I think this piece of work that comes out of Washington is really a model for folks around the country in terms of bringing everyone together to support professional development and to jointly plan and implement it. And I think it is a remarkable feat that your team puts together for you. And I was on a call with Pam and Marcella last week when Marcella was in the midst of packing boxes and taking them to the post office so you could all get your items for today. And um, just incredibly grateful for the work that our newly expanded Washington State team does and that all of you do together to put on this day and all of the other supports for one another that you provide. So this has been, you know, probably the most challenging and unpredictable 18 months of many of our work and personal lives. And so I want to say, first of all, thank you and congratulations for having made it this far and still being here on this screen. I was trying to think about counting up the number of times I have been on a Zoom screen in the last 18 months. And if you think about how many days that is and how many times a day you are on a screen, it's really unimaginable and something we really could not have imagined on March 1st, 2020. And, you know, I think we had all hoped that this fall was going to bring much more predictability and we'd be back everybody with everybody in person doing everything in person. And we're not quite there yet, and there are challenges ahead. But we look forward to navigating them and learning through them with you, really learning from you about all the work that you have been doing, how you're balancing this fall, how much in person, how much virtual, what you think the winter looks like, and how we can help. And then lastly, just wanted to say that for all of the bad, and there has been a ton of bad in the last 18 months, a lot of loss and a lot of pain and a lot of challenges, and we want to recognize that um, and and know that it's there and that we all sit with it. We've also seen some incredible moments of joy on Zoom. There is so much joy that all of you have brought to folks in your communities, to families that you work with, to each other. And we want to celebrate that and learn from it. And, you know, I mean, I think the one thing we embark on these next challenges with is knowing that these virtual tools give us another way to connect with folks and a way that for some people may be preferable. And we want to learn from that too and embrace that and figure out together what our next steps are on this journey. So looking forward to, I'm going to have a couple of other things going on. There are other site coordinators in other states meeting today as well. So I'm going to be hopping back and forth a little bit, but I'm looking forward to learning with you today and tomorrow. As those of you who are working on family childcare get to meet our new National Family Childcare Director, Vidya Raghu, and have those conversations and really excited about the next 2 days. So I'm going to turn it back to Pam with huge thanks for the work that she and now Marcella do to bring all of you together, but also to keep us at the National Center connected to what you all are doing and what you all are learning. So have a great, great day.
Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to I'm going to put in the chat we updated the agenda. There was a few things missing or a few errors, and we still found more errors, but we just wanted you to have a more recent version. And then we'll send a clean one, as clean as we can do when the day is over, when we send you PowerPoint slides, any additional handouts. We'll send that to you with also the link to the recordings for today. For those of you that requested materials and registered before October 15th, I hope you have enjoyed opening your goodie box of materials. I see people wearing their headphones, and that's just wonderful. If you haven't charged your headphone, you may want to do it because there's going to be a segment of the day in which you may want to put them on. That would be great. Also, we will be doing trivia throughout the day. And so we're calling it road trip trivia. And so there'll just be some questions that pose, and we've done it. If you've been with us for a couple years, you know, we have these trivia questions. The question will pop up sporadically throughout the day. The first person that gets the correct answer in will win a prize. So just keep your eye open for road trip trivia. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Monique.
Good morning, everybody. I am the Parent Child Plus Data Capacity Coordinator at United Way, and it's nice seeing everyone here. I am going to be doing Zoom transcriptions, enabling live transcriptions, and then just some fun Zoom facts. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. I'm going to be asked to have it enabled that I can share my screen because right now it's not letting me. Okay. So this is the Zoom controls. And this is how you can mute yourself, and this is how you can stop your video and also start it. So as Pam was saying, we're going to be taking a group screenshot. So if you can have your camera on, if you're okay with that, that would be nice. This is how you can tell right here is how many participants is on the call. This right here is how you can use the chat. This is probably you're not gonna be able to share your screen but for future phone calls, that's how you share your screen, record, and then reactions like the clapping the hands, the thumbs up, the heart, the laughing emoji, shocked, and then congrats. On mobile, this is how it would look, and it's just down below. So the chat feature is available on mobile by clicking the participants button. And then on mobile, the leave button will be in the top right corner of your screen. This is where you can have live transcriptions. You can click the button below, which is also right here. And this is what it looks like. And then you would go to subtitle settings, and then you can do full transcript, or you can enable it here. This is what it looks like. And then it'll be on the side of how, like, if you have your chat button on, that's how it would look. And then the last slide is for the interpretation. If you're looking for a different language, you can click on here and the other languages will pop up that are available for today's session. And then I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And that's all that I have. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Monique. And now we're going to have an exercise with Ida.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing this morning? Welcome again. We are so happy that you are here today. And we're just going to have a moment to come into the present, to understand that we are being pulled into so many different directions. There's email notifications, there's so many things to be doing right now. There's the cell phone ringing and so many other things. And it's really, really hard to come into the moment because we often feel really fragmented, stretched too thin. So we're going to have a moment. And if you're able to please sit down, and we're going to start by rolling our shoulders back. So if you can, start rolling your shoulders back. And breathe in Roll your shoulders forward. Do all of this. Very, very slowly, we're going to move our neck and our head to our right shoulder, but very, very, very slowly and gently to your body. And then to the other side. And if you can, slowly again to look up. And then back to the center. And very slowly and gentle look down. And also we're going to do circles. If you're standing, hold on to something. If your balance may not be with you today. So we're going to go ahead and do head circles to one side. Roll your neck. And then to the other side. Let's do one more time. Shoulders to the back. And then hands into the front. And then we're going to roll our hands. We type, we click, we're all the days in our hands. We're gonna show some love to our hands too, to the other side. You may want to do the same to your hips if you're available and able to just roll to one side, front and back. If you want to do the whole circle, we're gonna do Zumba in our chair. Ooh, ooh. And to the other side also, to the other side. All right, so again, if you're standing, hold on to something if you would like. And then if you're sitting, we're gonna move our toes. So if you're sitting, feel your toes and then move them. We use our toes also every day and we don't give them enough love. So wiggle your toes if you're able. And then lift the right foot and then do ankle circles. So we're gonna circle our ankles to one side. And then to the other side. And then let's do the same with the left. Lift your left foot, and then do ankle circles to one side. I see that you're getting distracted already. Don't let the computer distract you. Stay within your body. And be present. Okay, if you would like, we can put our hands on our chest. And if you would like, you can close your eyes. We're gonna breathe in for 4 times and out at your own pace. Deep, deep breaths. Slow exhale. 3 more times at your own pace. If you may wanna close your eyes. What can you smell around you? What can you hear around you also? What is the temperature of the room feels like? How does your belly and your chest feel with this breath? We're gonna call in the intention of stillness for the day and to come back and breathing into our chest, breathing into our belly and being present today. Thank you for making space for being here together. Have a good day of learning.
Thank you, Ida. That was wonderful. So needed. Even as I'm multitasking, my shoulders were like, thank you for and rolling them back and trying to release tension first thing this morning. You know, I was like, when we get ready for these days, we're always praying, please technology work, please technology work. And I got on this morning and we have this security system for our computers. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding. Not this morning. And the code they gave me to release it didn't work. So this exercise that Ida just did just really helped me feel a little bit more relaxed. And it's just lovely seeing all of you this morning, I must say. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Rose McKinney, and she's going to take us through a land and people acknowledgement.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. While we meet today on a virtual platform, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of the lands which we all call home. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to improving our own understanding of local Indigenous peoples and their cultures. From
So,
coast to coast to coast, we acknowledge the ancestral and unceded territory of all the Inuit, Métis, and First Nations people that call this land home. We acknowledge the land stolen from the Indigenous peoples who first called these lands home and the massive wealth unjustly created on these stolen lands. We also acknowledge our sisters and brothers brought here in chains and enslaved to create what we now call the United States of America. We hear the pain, we see the trauma, and we are committed to the hard work ahead, supporting the change needed to create a society that fights for justice. Please join me in a moment of reflection to acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past and to consider how we are and can each, in our own way, try to move forward in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. I'm including a link in the chat for you to use and aid in determining the ancestral lands you are currently on. I'm honored to say that I am a granddaughter and a visitor from the land of the Haida people, and acknowledge that I'm on the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish Puyallup tribe, who have inhabited this land since time immemorial. Please take a moment to share in the chat or to call out the land that you are currently on. And I will include that link now. Thank you.
You're muted. You're muted, Pam.
Yeah, we cannot hear you.
You're muted.
You missed all my beautiful words. So I was just going to say, if people are doing it now, they're writing in the land in which you live. So if you click on the link that Rose gave, it'll tell you, you can put in, I think it's your zip code, Rose. Is that how you do it? You put in your zip code and it will tell you the nation who resided on your land. So it's a really moving thing. And I think there's a lot more to it. And the link is also, if you want to save it in your agenda, at the very bottom under resources. So you can go back and do this again later. So thank you again, Rose. So Khadija, can you start the slides back up? And we're up to the word cloud slide. Khadija?
Well, Khadija is finding that. I just wanted to share again that the city names that we have right now are not the names of the traditional homelands. And I will paste the link again that Rose shared with us. I'm originally from the state of Oaxaca in Mexico, but those are, now it's called Oaxaca. Before there were Zapotec indigenous lands. So the link has the place that the traditional lands we are standing on. Thank you, Rose.
Okay. Well, today we're going to, all of our sessions are going to be framed around Parent Child Plus's core values and also our framework. So as we move throughout the day, you'll see a slide that says core value or program framework. So the two frameworks within our core values is race equity and data driven. So we will have quite a few sessions that are under the framing of race equity. And then there's also core values of the work. And so we're going to be focusing on parent-child relationship, reflective practice, and child-led, or what is focusing on child development, as well as lifelong learning. So we have our first trivia, road trip trivia for today. And so the question is, In the nursery rhyme, who went up the hill to fetch a pail of water? And Evelyn, you keeping track for us who is answering? And you can tell me when we have a winner. I think I saw one in, and I think this was the easy starter. And if you answer Jack and Jill, you are correct. And we will look at the chat to see who the winner is, and you will win a prize.
That's Stephanie Salazar from Children's Home Society.
All right, go Stephanie, go Stephanie. So we're going to begin today looking at our work and examining our parent-child, all of the parent-child work is currently being looked through a racial equity lens. We are practicing our values at all levels of the work. And why is that? Why are we doing that? It says because our mission is to close the equity gap, to support parents, and to utilize education to provide opportunities. And so through this, we recognize that families are the expert in their own lives. We are working through expanding hiring within communities where we work that that give and support a livable wage for all. We are building our training and professional development that reflects the staff and families that we're working with. We take a deep dive into racial equity issues internally, to examine our own culture and leadership as a staff and a board. We're taking all necessary steps to reflect on our own implicit biases, and we stand for equity and we stand against racism. And so these are core values, and it's our framing of how we do our work. So you may say, we had that session before. We did that in the past. Why are we doing it again? Because this is bias and inequities are systemic, and they are not resolved and is what I call a one and done. And so Parent Child Plus is really making an extreme effort to pull apart all of the things that we do and to take a look through it through a race equity lens. And we recognize that we must do our work with ourselves first before we can also then extend out. But we will have sessions throughout the day that will be dealing with this next segment of sessions that will be dealing with race equity and how we look at our work. So we're going to do a word cloud, and we're asking you to list the languages, the top 3 languages that you speak. I think the beauty of who we are as a program, and it's very unique because I can't wait to see the cloud, because I remember doing a session years ago and I asked who spoke one language. And that was the hardest thing, to be able to find somebody in our group who speaks one language. So, so for now, we're going to ask everybody to, we're going to put a link in the chat. And you can go to this, if you click on the link, it's going to take you to the page and you can write the top 3 languages that you speak. So. Is everyone able to get to it? I'm going to put it in one more time.
It worked.
Great. And we're going to share the cloud a little bit later during one of the other presentations. I don't see it. So yeah, we'll capture it a little later. So while you're doing that, I'm going to turn this over to Carmen, and Carmen will introduce our next speaker.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Next, we have Maria Fulton from Children's Home Society South Kim, presenting the Heritage Month, El Mes de la Hispanidad. Adelante, María.
Perdón, estaba apagado mi micrófono. Ok. Tengo problemas, un momentito. Carmen, tengo problemas, ¿me puedes ayudar?
So she's having a little issues with the sharing.
Yes.
Oh, Khadija, can you give her access to sharing?
Yeah, let me, please. I try again. Voy a tratar de nuevo.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you share, Maria? It's still not letting you take it.
Yes.
All
I
right.
think I got it.
You got it. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, mi nombre es María Fulton y les voy
It's
a
not
hablar.
showing. Maria, if you're showing, it's not showing. You can't see.
Oh, not
it.
showing? Oh,
No.
no. Let me see. I don't understand. Now you can see?
It's coming.
Oh, thank you.
It's there.
Sorry.
We go. There we go. No, that's
Okay.
you
Mi
know.
nombre es María Fulton y les voy a hablar acerca del mes de la herencia hispana. El mes de la herencia hispana se celebra el 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre. Acá estoy mostrando los países de habla hispana representados cada uno por su bandera. Ustedes pueden apreciar cada país que tiene su bandera y está conectado en diferentes colores. Quiero compartir, yo vengo de Perú, mi bandera es blanco y roja y mi país está en este color. Esta es la lista de los países que hablan español. Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, España, Estados Unidos de América, Guatemala, Guinea Ecuatoriana, Honduras, México, Nicaragua, Panamá, Paraguay, Perú, Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, Uruguay y Venezuela. ¿Qué es el mes de la hispanidad? Durante el mes de la herencia hispana, nosotros celebramos la cultura y contribuciones de personas destacadas de origen hispano en este país. En 1968, el presidente Lyndon Johnson comenzó la celebración de la Semana de la Herencia Hispana. El presidente Ronald Reagan amplió la celebración al mes de la herencia hispana, desde el 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Maria. There's no English translation, so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see
Yeah.
the, oh,
Mm-mm.
oh. Okay, you can read in English because right now I put in English. I speak in Spanish.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to let
Ese
you know that it's not an English translation.
Okay. Do you know, ¿sabías tú? 7 naciones, 7 nations. 7 naciones celebran el Día de la Independencia. They celebrate the Independence Day. September 15, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua y El Salvador. September 16, México. Septiembre 16, México. September 18, Chile. Septiembre 18, Chile. I want to show some the different countries. Quiero compartir un poquito de diferentes países. Argentina, las empanadas, el tango y nuestro también libertador de América, Don José de San Martín. Bolivia, el tihuanaco, baile caporales y sus ricas humitas. Chile, la primera autora latina americana al Premio Nobel de la Literatura, Gabriela Mistral. Su baile, la cueca. Colombia, su aromático café, sus arepas y el Festival de las Flores. Costa Rica, Cayo Pinto y las cataratas del Llano Cortés. Cuba, La Habana, la reina de la salsa, Celia Cruz. Ecuador, la montaña de Cotopaxi, instrumentos de aire y su música andina. España, la Plaza Mayor de Madrid. Su plato tradicional, la paella. Su baile famoso, el flamenco. Estados Unidos. La jueza de la Suprema Corte, Sonia Sotomayor, y Dolores Huerta, defensora de los derechos de la mujer y los trabajadores agricultores. Guatemala. Sus ruinas mayas y las muñecas quitapenas, hechas a mano por los indígenas. Guinea Ecuatorial. La costa de África Central, su idioma el español y el francés. Sus cataratas de Pico Basile. Honduras, ruinas de Copán. Su capital, Tegucigalpa. México, los ricos tamales, la música tradicional, los mariachis, y la famosa pintora Frida Kahlo. Nicaragua, su capital Managua, isletas de Granada. El Canal de Panamá, que facilita el comercio para muchos países y sus trajes típicos. Paraguay, su capital Asunción, su plato favorito Bori-Bori. Perú, nuestra vestimenta de los Andes, Machu Picchu, una de las 7 maravillas del mundo, plato típico, lomo saltado y los ricos alfajores. Puerto Rico, San Juan, la isla del encanto. Su baile, la salsa. Plato típico, toscones, arroz con habichuela. República Dominicana, Punta Cana, plato típico, mofongo. Sancocho y el baile, el merengue. Venezuela, Islas Margaritas, sus arepas, su baile típico, joropo. La herencia hispana es el patrimonio cultural que ha sido legado para ser conservado y transmitido a nuestras siguientes generaciones. ¡Viva el mes de la hispanidad! Gracias. I think the picture is very easy, everybody know, and made a little tour for around the Spanish speaking countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. And we wanted to make sure that we celebrated, even though the Hispanic Heritage Month ended October 15th, we felt it would be an oversight if we didn't have this time to acknowledge our Latin community. And so I just thank you, and our Hispanic community. Thank you so much, Maria.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you for all their hard work. It's amazing how large the community of what you call Hispanic is, just huge. And
yeah.
I know I'm learning all the time, learning something new, and each country has rich history, and we learn from one another every day. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
If you hadn't had a chance, we ask that you change your name. If your name is not the name on your screen that you registered with, could you please make that happen, change it, and maybe also add your agency? It'll just make it easier for when we're checking in who has arrived today. So I want you to take a look, and some of you, if you've got your package in the mail, you should have this as a handout. But I want you to take a look at this photo, and it's of a lioness in her cup. And so many times we would only see this mainstream media view. And so that is such a negative approach, right? You know, it looks like this mama is biting off her baby's head. But if you take a look at the full view, you know that she is carrying her child, and she's probably putting him or her in a safer space. And so many times we only look at the mainstream media view and make judgments. And so your perception of reality depends on the way you see it and what you're shown. And so sometimes we have to just do our own research to really begin to get to know each other, to see what's happening. And so one of the things that we wanted to share about when we think about race equity, and this is this really great video that we're about to show, which is the danger of a single story. We're fed stories about others and ourselves through a singular view. And novelist Chimamanda Adichie gives a great TED Talk on the danger of a single story. And I want you to just take a look, and when it shows, I want you to think about, how does this impact me as an individual? And how does this impact how I do my work? And so with that, we're going to take a moment to watch the video. Let me get my audio on. Give me a second. I've got too many pop-up screens.
I'm a storyteller, and I would like to tell you a few personal stories about what I like to call the danger of the single story. I grew up on a university campus in eastern Nigeria. My mother says that I started reading at the age of 2, although I think 4 is probably close to the truth. So I was an early reader, and what I read were British and American children's books. I was also an early writer. And when I began to write at about the age of 7, stories in pencil with crayon illustrations that my poor mother was obligated to read, I wrote exactly the kinds of stories I was reading. All my characters were white and blue-eyed. They played in the snow. They ate apples. And they talked a lot about the weather, how lovely it was that the sun had come out. Now, this despite the fact that I lived in Nigeria. I had never been outside Nigeria. We didn't have snow. We ate mangoes. And we never talked about the weather because there was no need to. My characters also drank a lot of ginger beer.
The video wasn't playing? No? Okay.
Nope, just auto.
Just audio? Okay. Let me go at a different way. Give me 1 second. Thank you for telling me.
See it now.
Stories about
You can.
what I like to call the danger of the single story. I grew up on a university campus in eastern Nigeria. My mother says that I started reading at the age of 2, although I think 4 is probably close to the truth. So I was an early reader, and what I read were British and American children's books. I was also an early writer. And when I began to write at about the age of 7, stories in pencil with crayon illustrations that my poor mother was obligated to read, I wrote exactly the kinds of stories I was reading. All my characters were white and blue-eyed. They played in the snow. They ate apples. And they talked a lot about the weather, how lovely it was that the sun had come out. Now, this despite the fact that I lived in Nigeria. I had never been outside Nigeria. We didn't have snow. We ate mangoes, and we never talked about the weather because there was no need to. My characters also drank a lot of ginger beer because the characters in the British books I read drank ginger beer. Never mind that I had no idea what ginger beer was. And for many years afterwards, I would have a desperate desire to taste ginger beer. But that is another story. What this demonstrates, I think, is how impressionable and vulnerable we are in the face of a story, particularly as children. Because all I had read were books in which characters were foreign, I had become convinced that books, by their very nature, had to have foreigners in them and had to be about things with which I could not personally identify. Now, things changed when I discovered African books. There weren't many of them available, and they weren't quite as easy to find as the foreign books, but because of writers like Chinua Achebe and Kamara Laye, I went through a mental shift in my perception of literature. I realized that people like me, girls with skin the color of chocolate, whose kinky hair could not form ponytails, could also exist in literature. I started to write about things I recognized. Now, I loved those American and British books I read. They stirred my imagination, they opened up new worlds for me. But the unintended consequence was that I did not know that people like me could exist in literature. So what the discovery of African writers did for me was this. It saved me from having a single story of what books are. I come from a conventional middle-class Nigerian family. My father was a professor. My mother was an administrator. And so we had, as was the norm, live-in domestic help who would often come from nearby rural villages. So the year I turned 8, we got a new houseboy. His name was Fide. The only thing my mother told us about him was that his family was very poor. My mother sent yams and rice and our old clothes to his family. And when I didn't finish my dinner, my mother would say, "Finish your food. Don't you know people like Fide's family have nothing?" So I felt enormous pity for Fide's family. Then one Saturday, we went to his village to visit. And his mother showed us a beautifully patterned basket made of dyed raffia that his brother had made. I was startled. It had not occurred to me that anybody in his family could actually make something. All I had heard about them was how poor they were, so that it had become impossible for me to see them as anything else but poor. Their poverty was my single story of them. Years later, I thought about this when I left Nigeria to go to university in the United States. I was 19. My American roommate was shocked by me. She asked where I had learned to speak English so well and was confused when I said that Nigeria happened to have English as its official language. She asked if she could listen to what she called my tribal music and was consequently very disappointed when I produced my tape of Mariah Carey. She assumed that I did not know how to use a stove. What struck me was this. She had felt sorry for me even before she saw me. Her default position toward me, as an African, was a kind of patronizing, well-meaning pity. My roommate had a single story of Africa, a single story of catastrophe. In this single story, there was no possibility of Africans being similar to her in any way, no possibility of feelings more complex than pity, no possibility of a connection as human equals. I must say that before I went to the US, I didn't consciously identify as African. But in the US, whenever Africa came up, people turned to me, never mind that I knew nothing about places like Namibia. But I did come to embrace this new identity, and in many ways, I think of myself now as African, although I still get quite irritable when Africa is referred to as a country, the most recent example being my otherwise wonderful flight from Lagos 2 days ago, in which there was an announcement on the Virgin flight about their charity walk in India, Africa, and other countries. So after I had spent some years in the US as an African, I began to understand my roommate's response to me. If I had not grown up in Nigeria, and if all I knew about Africa were from popular images, I too would think that Africa was a place of beautiful landscapes, beautiful animals, and incomprehensible people fighting senseless wars, dying of poverty and AIDS, unable to speak for themselves, and waiting to be saved by a kind white foreigner. I would see Africans in the same way that I, as a child, had seen Fide's family. This single story of Africa ultimately comes, I think, from Western literature. Now, here's a quote from the writing of a London merchant called John Locke, who sailed to West Africa in 1561 and kept a fascinating account of his voyage. After referring to the Black Africans as beasts who have no houses, he writes, "They are also people without heads, having their mouths and eyes in their breasts." Now, I've laughed every time I've read this, and one must admire the imagination of John Locke. But what is important about his writing is that it represents the beginning of a tradition of telling African stories in the West, a tradition of sub-Saharan Africa as a place of negatives, of difference, of darkness, of people who, in the words of the wonderful poet Rudyard Kipling, are half devil, half child. And so I began to realize that my American roommate must have, throughout her life, seen and heard different versions of this single story, as had a professor who once told me that my novel was not authentically African. Now, I was quite willing to contend that there were a number of things wrong with the novel, that it had failed in a number of places, but I had not quite imagined that it had failed at achieving something called African authenticity. In fact, I did not know what African authenticity was. The professor told me that my characters were too much like him, an educated and middle-class man. My characters drove cars. They were not starving. Therefore, they were not authentically African. But I must quickly add that I, too, am just as guilty on the question of the single story. A few years ago, I visited Mexico from the US. The political climate in the US at the time was tense, and there were debates going on about immigration. And, as often happens in America, immigration became synonymous with Mexicans. There were endless stories of Mexicans as people who were fleecing the healthcare system, sneaking across the border, being arrested at the border, that sort of thing. I remember walking around on my first day in Guadalajara, watching the people going to work, rolling up tortillas in the marketplace, smoking, laughing. I remember first feeling slight surprise, and then I was overwhelmed with shame. I realized that I had been so immersed in the media coverage of Mexicans that they had become one thing in my mind, the abject immigrant. I had bought into the single story of Mexicans, and I could not have been more ashamed of myself. So that is how to create a single story. Show a people as one thing, as only one thing, over and over again, and that is what they become. It is impossible to talk about the single story without talking about power. There is a word, an Igbo word, that I think about whenever I think about the power structures of the world, and it is nkali. It's a noun that loosely translates to be greater than another. Like our economic and political worlds, stories too are defined by the principle of nkali. How they are told, who tells them, when they are told, how many stories are told, are really dependent on power. Power is the ability not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. The Palestinian poet Mourid Barghouti writes that if you want to dispossess a people, the simplest way to do it is to tell their story and to start with secondly. Start the story with the arrows of the Native Americans and not with the arrival of the British, and you have an entirely different story. Start the story with the failure of the African state and not with the colonial creation of the African state, and you have an entirely different story. I recently spoke at a university where a student told me that it was such a shame that Nigerian men were physical abusers like the father character in my novel. I told him that I had just read a novel called American Psycho, and that it was such a shame that young Americans were serial murderers. Now, obviously, I said this in a fit of mild irritation, but it would never have occurred to me to think that just because I had read a novel in which a character was a serial killer, that he was somehow representative of all Americans. And now, this is not because I'm a better person than that student, but because of America's cultural and economic power, I had many stories of America. I had read Tylan, Updike, and Steinbeck, and Gateskill. I did not have a single story of America. When I learned some years ago that writers were expected to have had really unhappy childhoods to be successful, I began to think about how I could invent horrible things my parents had done to me. But the truth is that I had a very happy childhood, full of laughter and love, in a very close-knit family. But I also had grandfathers who died in refugee camps. My cousin, Polly, died because he could not get adequate health care. One of my closest friends, Okoloma, died in a plane crash because our fire trucks did not have water. I grew up under repressive military governments that devalued education so that sometimes my parents were not paid their salaries. And so as a child, I saw jam disappear from the breakfast table. Then margarine disappeared. Then bread became too expensive. Then milk became rationed. And most of all, a kind of normalized political fear invaded our lives. All of these stories make me who I am. But to insist on only these negative stories is to flatten my experience and to overlook the many other stories that formed me. The single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. Of course, Africa is a continent full of catastrophes, the immense ones, such as the horrific rapes in Congo, and depressing ones, such as the fact that 5,000 people apply for one job vacancy in Nigeria. But there are other stories that are not about catastrophe, and it is very important, it is just as important to talk about them. I've always felt that it is impossible to engage properly with a place or a person without engaging with all of the stories of that place and that person. The consequence of the single story is this: it robs people of dignity. It makes our recognition of our equal humanity difficult. It emphasizes how we are different rather than how we are similar. So what if before my Mexican trip, I had followed the immigration debate from both sides, the US and the Mexican? What if my mother had told us that Fide's family was poor and hardworking? What if we had an African television network that broadcast diverse African stories all over the world, what the Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe calls a balance of stories? What if my roommate knew about my Nigerian publisher, Mukhtar Bakare, a remarkable man who left his job in a bank to follow his dream and start a publishing house? Now, the conventional wisdom was that Nigerians don't read literature. He disagreed. He felt that people who could read would read if you made literature affordable and available to them. Shortly after he published my first novel, I went to a TV station in Lagos to do an interview. And a woman who worked there as a messenger came up to me and said, "I really liked your novel. I didn't like the ending. Now you must write a sequel, and this is what will happen." And she went on to tell me what to write in the sequel. Now, I was not only charmed, I was very moved. Here was a woman, part of the ordinary masses of Nigerians who are not supposed to be readers. She had not only read the book, but she had taken ownership of it and felt justified in telling me what to write in the sequel. Now, what if my roommate knew about my friend, Fumi Yonda, a fearless woman who hosts a TV show in Lagos and is determined to tell the stories that we prefer to forget? What if my roommate knew about the heart procedure that was performed in the Lagos hospital last week? What if my roommate knew about contemporary Nigerian music, talented people singing in English and Pidgin and Igbo and Yoruba and Ijo, mixing influences from Jay-Z to Fela to Bob Marley to their grandfathers? What if my roommate knew about the female lawyer who recently went to court in Nigeria to challenge a ridiculous law that required women to get their husband's consent before renewing their passports? What if my roommate knew about Nollywood, full of innovative people making films despite great technical odds? Films so popular that they really are the best example of Nigerians consuming what they produce. What if my roommate knew about my wonderfully ambitious hair braider who has just started her own business selling hair extensions? Or about the millions of other Nigerians who start businesses and sometimes fail, but continue to nurse ambition? Every time I am home, I'm confronted with the usual sources of irritation for most Nigerians: our failed infrastructure, our failed government, but also by the incredible resilience of people who thrive despite the government rather than because of it. I teach writing workshops in Lagos every summer, and it is amazing to me how many people apply, how many people are eager to write, to tell stories. My Nigerian publisher and I have just started a nonprofit called Farafina Trust, and we have big dreams of building libraries and refurbishing libraries that already exist and providing books for state schools that don't have anything in their libraries, and also of organizing lots and lots of workshops on reading and writing for all the people who are eager to tell our many stories. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispossess and to malign, but stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. The American writer Alice Walker wrote this about her Southern relatives who had moved to the North, and she introduced them to a book about the Southern life that they had left behind. They sat around reading the book themselves, listening to me read the book, and a kind of paradise was regained. I would like to end with this thought, that when we reject the single story, when we realize that there is never a single story about any place, we regain a kind of paradise. Thank you.
I just love this TED Talk. The link, I believe, is also in your at the bottom of your agenda, and if it's not, we will make sure you get the link for it. And I just want you to think about what you just watched. Just take a minute to reflect on this TED Talk about a single story. Just because it's a lot, and it was such a wonderful piece. I had seen it a while ago. Marcella was the one that said, hey, this would be really good for the PD day. And so we wanted to make sure that you saw this. And we're going to do an activity. The next thing we're going to do is to do a reflection. So if you can go into your bag of goodies, if you have it. If not, just grab a piece of paper. We're going to need right now, you're going to need your little, I'm trying to do like the girls do on the YouTube things. You'll need your black suitcase. You're going to need the strips of paper or just your regular paper. And you may want to use your scissors for this activity coming up, okay? So if you can grab your stuff, if you don't have any of that, then just grab some paper for your own reflection. So I want you to think, while others have seen or see the mainstream view of you or the single story as she talked about, now think of some things that show the full view of you. I want you to write at least 3 things that make you, you, beyond the single story that maybe mainstream media says, or some people you've heard make a comment about you, like her roommate who thought, or she did for the young man that worked for her family, and her college student that made an assumption that all Africans were based off of maybe a TV show or a movie, or she made of her media consumption of how Mexicans were perceived in mainstream media. But you know that, and that could be you. What stories, what is it that makes you you, uniquely you, that as she said, that makes it a balance, it's a balance of all of who you are. And these are positive things I want you to think about. Write 3 positive things about who you are, that if it was a narrative that was a headline about you, it wouldn't be positive. So what would you write about yourself? So I want you to think of 3 things. And then when you finish writing them, I want you to open up your suitcase. Open up your suitcase, and I want you to put them in your suitcase. And I want you to use this like as your suitcase to remind yourself that you're more than what people say you are. That you're beyond, you're bigger than that. And that there's more to you that makes you you. Does anyone have any questions? You can put it in the chat or open your mic if you have a question.
Can you repeat what we need to do again? Just so I'm
Just
clear.
write 3 things that make you you beyond the single story. Like when someone sees you, they would think, oh, this is you because maybe because you're, you know, of your ethnicity or that you're female or of a certain age. So you can write at least 3. If you can only get 2 in right now, something may pop up throughout the day, you'll write it in. Your suitcase has plenty of room. I can't even show it, whatever, it won't show, yeah. You have plenty of room to add stuff in it, or your sheet of paper is big enough to add more. This is really about you affirming yourself, affirming that you are more than what society says you are. You can use the full sheet of paper, you can cut it in half. That's why you have scissors to cut it up and make strips, however you want. This is for you, because this is, you know, like when you're traveling somewhere and you need to find that one thing, or you go in your closet and you're like, oh, that's right, I forgot, that makes me look really good. You need to remember those things about yourself. When people and situations come your way and they want to only give the media mainstream view of you, you want to be able to dig in your suitcase and remind yourself that you are more than that story. So you want to say, I'm the mama, I'm carrying my baby. You know, I'm not this lioness that you're trying to say that is being harmful to her child, or whatever the narrative might be. So we are now at 10:16. And so we are, by our agenda, going to take a 5-minute break. And so please take this time, get up, stretch, maybe make a cup of hot cocoa from your packet or some tea or something to get you going through the next few sessions. And so we will be back at 10:20 to move on to our next session. So please, you know, you can turn your camera off, however, and we will come back at 10:20, okay? Started. If you're still just moving around the background, just know that we will begin the next session. And I'm going to turn it over to Marcella, who will make introductions. She back? I think everybody's still running and getting coffee, so we'll give it another minute. Mm. Okay, Marcella.
Okay, so at this point, I would like to introduce our next speaker. And I'd like to introduce Malkia Singleton Ofori. Malkia, I'm sorry. I knew I was going to do this. Ajikum. Malkia currently serves as the Parent-Child Plus Pennsylvania State Director and was hired in 2016 in conjunction with the launch of the Greenlight rollout of Parent-Child Plus in Philadelphia. She's been overseeing the program's successful startup and expansion in Philadelphia, as well as supporting sites elsewhere in the state and working on expanding into new Pennsylvania communities. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Rehabilitation Services from the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, and Master of Science in Early Childhood Education from the University of Pennsylvania. So with that, I will go ahead and introduce Malkia, turn it over to Malkia, who's going to talk to us about implicit bias.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here joining you all from Philadelphia. I see some familiar faces from different trainings and conferences, so good to see some of you all again. And as Marcella said, I'm going to talk about implicit bias, as well as briefly go over our the Parent-Child Plus anti-bias checklist and ways that it can be implemented. And to start us off, I do have a video I want to share with you all just to kind of set the tone for the conversation that we're about to have. And sometimes you come across information and you're like, okay, I really can't find a better way to say this. And that was the case of this video. And you will get copies of my slides, and a link of this video is in the slide. So this is something that you may potentially want to share with different teams that you're part of, or your Parent-Child Plus staff as well. So let me share my screen. We are going to watch this video first. Can everybody see?
Race tonight, or to be more, I want to talk a little bit about race tonight, or to be more precise, I want to talk about how we talk about race, how we engage in race conversations, and how we might get a little bit better at it in some ways. And that's a topic that I have always enjoyed. Most Americans avoid race conversations like the plague, and we often take our ability to avoid it and use it as a measure of our progress and enlightenment, which I think is kind of telling in and of itself. But I've always been drawn to those conversations and fascinated by them, in part because growing up as a very light-skinned Black man of mixed descent, I often find myself in sort of peculiar race-based conversations. Oftentimes when I'm meeting someone for the first time, rather than making small talk, they'll immediately present me with a philosophical conundrum. They will ask, "What are you?" And I'll have to explain, I'm not a philosophy major, and my father is Black, my mother's white, what are we? I don't know. So I've always had a passion for studying and observing how we communicate about race and how we might get a little better at certain aspects of that communication. And I made a video commentary named How to Tell Someone They Sound Racist, which talks about a particular type of race conversation, which usually doesn't involve any explicit racist intent. There's no blatant racism involved. It usually involves well-intentioned people, but it's a situation where one of us feels a need to tell someone that something they said may have had connotations they weren't aware of, or they may have done something that had a hurtful impact that they might not have been aware of. And that's a conversation we all find ourselves in from time to time. And it's a conversation that usually goes horribly. Because no matter how clear you try to be in conveying that you're not attacking the person, you're just trying to offer a specific critique about something that just happened. When we are receiving that sort of critique, we tend to deeply personalize it and take it as a personal attack, and we tend to respond by saying, are you saying that I am racist? How could you say I am a good person? Why would you say that I am a racist? And you try to respond, no, I'm talking about the particular thing that you said. No, I am not a racist. And what started out as a what you said conversation turns into a what you are conversation, or what I am conversation, which is a dead end that produces nothing except mutual frustration. And you never wind up seeing eye to eye or finding any common ground. So in my video, I offered some suggestions for how we might stay focused on the what you said conversation and find some common ground. And that video, most videos on YouTube die off after 48 hours, but this video really struck a chord, which I think shows how hungry many of us are to find better ways to communicate on these issues. And the two types of feedback I get most commonly on that video are, one, I really appreciated the perspective you gave about staying focused on a what you are conversation. And the second type of feedback I get is, I tried the strategies you suggested about staying on the what you are conversation, and they actually never work. And this is true, unfortunately. No matter what angle you take as far as voicing that critique, the vast majority of the time, it's still going to lapse into a defensive what I am conversation. I think framing it as clearly as you can in that what you said form is still valuable because it makes the substance of your beef as clear as possible to other people observing the conversation, especially in public discourse. And it gives both of you the best shot at finding common ground and seeing eye to eye. It's worth going for that 10%, but generally the success rate might be higher here at Hampshire College. But where I live on the internet, the success rate tends to be around 10%. So since I made that video and took in that feedback, I've been thinking about what other approaches we might be able to take. And I think since we can never entirely fix that conversation by changing how we voice the critique, I think we might be able to also make it budge a little bit by considering how we receive that critique and how we might be able to take a suggestion that we may have said or done something racist and take it in stride and not completely freak out and assume that the world thinks that I'm a bad person. So the first thing that makes it difficult to accept that critique, that you may have said something racist, is simply that it involves the possibility that you made a mistake. And none of us takes that too well, none of us enjoys that. But in most other situations, when the possibility arises that we made a mistake, we are usually able to take a few deep breaths and tell ourselves, I'm only human, everyone makes mistakes. But when it comes to conversations involving race and prejudice, for some reason, we tend to make the opposite assumption. We deal with race and prejudice with this all or nothing, good person, bad person binary, in which either you are racist or you are not racist. And if you're not batting 1,000, then you're striking out every time. And this puts us in a situation where we're striving to meet an impossible standard. And if anything less than perfection means that you are a racist, that means any suggestion that you've made a mistake, any suggestion that you've been less than perfect is a suggestion that you're a bad person. So we become averse to any suggestion that we should consider our thoughts and actions. And it makes it harder for us to work on our imperfections. When you believe that you must be perfect in order to be good, it makes you averse to recognizing your own inevitable imperfections, and that lets them stagnate and grow. So the belief that you must be perfect in order to be good is an obstacle to being as good as you can be. So it would make our conversations with each other a lot smoother, and it would make us better at being good if we could recognize that we're not perfect and embrace that. So I want to offer a couple of things that you could keep in mind when you need to remind yourself that I'm not supposed to be perfect when it comes to navigating race. And the first thing is that anytime we're dealing with race issues, we are dealing with a social construct that was not born out of any science or reason or logic. We are grappling with a social construct that was not designed to make sense. And to the extent that it is the product of design, the race constructs that we live in America were shaped specifically by a desire to avoid making sense. They were shaped for centuries by a need to rationalize and justify indefensible acts. So when we grapple with race issues, we're grappling with something that was designed for centuries to make us circumvent our best instincts. It's a dance partner that's designed to trip us up. So just based on that alone, we should be able to keep in mind that you will never bat 1,000 when it comes to dealing with race issues. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind is, as we are all imperfect humans, and as has been laid out in some of the other talks this evening, we all have unconscious thought processes and psychosocial mechanisms that prop up. There are many things in our day-to-day lives that lead us towards developing little pockets of prejudice, that lead us towards acting unkind to others without having any intent to do so. These are things that will just naturally develop in our day-to-day lives. So the problem with that all or nothing binary is it causes us to look at racism and prejudice as if they are akin to having tonsils. Like you either have tonsils or you don't. And if you've had your prejudice removed, you never need to consider. So if someone says, I think you may have a little unconscious prejudice, you say, well, no, my prejudice was removed in 2005. I went to see that movie Crash. It's all good. But that's not how these things work. When you go through your day-to-day lives, there are all of these mass media and social stimuli, as well as processes that we all have inside our brains that we're not aware of, that cause us to build up little pockets of prejudice every day, just like plaque develops on our teeth. So we need to move away from the tonsils paradigm of race discourse towards the dental hygiene paradigm of race discourse. Is basically, if I could offer one piece of advice. And in general, I think we need to move away from the premise that being a good person is a fixed, immutable characteristic, and shift towards seeing being good as a practice. And it is a practice that we carry out by engaging with our imperfections. So we need to shift towards thinking of being a good person the same way we think of being a clean person. Being a clean person is something that you maintain and work on every day. We don't assume that I'm a clean person, therefore I don't need to brush my teeth. And when someone suggests to us that we've got something stuck in our teeth, we don't say, well, what do you mean? I have something stuck in my teeth, I'm a clean person. Why would you? So I know that this is no small task, but if we can shift a little bit closer towards viewing those race conversations the same way we view a conversation about something stuck in our teeth, it will go a long way towards making our conversations a bit smoother and allow us to work together on bigger issues around race, because there are a lot of, beyond the persistent conversational awkwardness of race, there are persistent systemic and institutional issues around race that are not caused by conversation, and they can't be entirely solved by conversation. You can't talk them away, but we need people to work together and coordinate and communicate to find strategies to work on those systemic issues, because despite all of the barriers that we've broken, all of the apparent markers of progress, there are still so many disparities if you look at unemployment rate, infant mortality rate, incarceration rates, median household income. There are so many disparities on the various sides of the color lines in this country that it is worthwhile for us to iron out these conversational issues, if for nothing else, so that we can get a little bit closer to working together on those big issues. So I hope that we can, if I could add one wish, it would be that we would reconsider how we conceptualize being a good person, and keep in mind that we are not good despite our imperfections. It is the connection we maintain with our imperfections that allows us to be good. Our connection with our personal and common imperfections, being mindful of those personal and common imperfections, is what allows us to be good to each other and be good to ourselves. So, I know that this is no easy task, and race may be the most difficult sphere in which to apply this concept, but I think it's where it could also reap the most rewards. So I hope that bit by bit, if we consider that and are mindful of it, we can shift away from taking it as an indictment of our goodness and move towards taking it as a gesture of respect and an act of kindness when someone tells us that we've got something racist stuck in our teeth.
So I hope you all enjoyed that. I've seen it several times and I pick up something different each time, but things that I took.
Riley.
Sorry about that. That I took from his presentation. Can you all see my implicit bias slide? Okay. Is that the construct of race and all that it implies really makes no sense, right? And that's kind of an obvious thing, but we often don't see the obvious. It does not make any sense, right? But also that we all have prejudices, unconscious prejudices, and he calls it that. I refer to it as implicit bias, right? And that has nothing to do with the type of person you are, if you're a good person or not. And so that's really one of the main, the central theme of what I want to talk about today is that as we look at our implicit bias, it's important for us to self-reflect on that, but it's also, I think, important that we don't connect having implicit bias to being a good or bad person, because it is, it's just part of the human condition, and it's not about like if you're a good or bad person. And hopefully that can free people up to do that self-reflection. Okay, so the definition of implicit bias that we're going to work with today is that implicit bias are the assumptions, stereotypes, and unintentional actions, positive or negative, that we make towards others based on identity labels like race, religion, age, gender, sexual orientation, or ability. Because our implicit associations are stored in our subconscious, we may act on our biases without even realizing it. Often our implicit biases contradict our values. And I think that's also a really important point, that it can contradict with our values. Like, no, I really don't believe this, but my implicit bias that I'm not even aware of might tell me certain things. And then I want to point out, I know that video was focused on the race conversation in America, but I think it's important to acknowledge this is a global issue. It's not just in America, right? We've all, no matter what part of the world you grew up in, we've all received messages that contribute to our implicit bias. One way to think about implicit bias is having a fast brain or a slow brain, right? And so what I mean by that is, back in prehistoric times, we just, the way our brain was, formed, we had to make very quick decisions around what was safe and what was not safe, right? And so when we do that, we have a fast brain. So fast brain is going to say, okay, this is danger, I need to stay away. But if my slow brain is in process, then I know, okay, no, it's actually not a danger. So I want to show you all another video to kind of to demonstrate that. And it's called the Stroop Color Challenge. Okay, and so again, you will get this link. So this is something that you can share with others. So give me 1 second to get this up. So basically, sorry, I turned the sound off on this because I was trying to hurry us up. But basically, what I want you to do, the instructions are, you're going to say to yourself, just read it to yourself, the word that you see, not the color, but the word. Okay? Everybody good? So just by show of hands, who was able to keep up with that and just read the words 100%, the whole thing, whole way through, even as it's sped up? Okay, okay, I'm impressed. Because midway through, I couldn't keep up anymore and I started saying the color of the font versus the word. But that is just a really quick example of how implicit bias can work. It's just how our brain is processing information that it's getting. Okay. So let me go back to my slides. And again, that's called the Stroop Color Challenge. And again, like I said, you will receive a link to that. So that's kind of interesting to do, right? So self-reflection, like I said, the purpose of this conversation is really to create some space around self-reflection, around your own implicit bias. So according to the Irving Harris Foundation, one of their central principles for diversity informed practice is that self-awareness leads to better services for families, right? And so, you know, that's the core of our work, is the work and the relationships that we have with our families. And you know, one thing that I love about Parent Child Plus is that we do utilize a parallel process, so that the relationships that we have with staff should be a direct reflection of the relationships that we have with our families, and then hopefully the relationship that that parent has with their child, right? So it's important for us to just check in with ourselves and know, you know, what are some of my biases and what are the things that I want to work on to make sure that my actions and my values are in alignment, okay? And here are some implicit bias discussion questions. And these questions are not meant to, for today's purpose anyway, not meant for us to necessarily answer out loud, right? Or share with others. This is really more about exploring your, you know, your biases. Really, that's all it is. It's not to judge yourself or other people. It's simply really to take a look at what emerges and what comes up for you. Okay. Any questions before I move on to the next thing? I can look at, if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. So I'm going to move on. And like I said, you will get a copy of this PowerPoint, and you have a whole bunch of resources here. Okay, you have the Stroop Challenge we just looked at, a couple of other YouTube videos, and I will say TED Talks and YouTube, tons of great resources there. Also the Harvard Implicit Bias test, which really kind of just takes you through, asks you different questions, and at the end it tells you, okay, it seems like you may have a bias towards this or a bias against that. So here's tons and tons of resources. Before I move on to our anti-bias checklist, I think another important point that I wanted to make sure I made is that people are definitely on a spectrum of comfortability around this topic, right? And so the way I think about having this conversation is very similar to conversations I would have about trauma. And I've always been trained that when you have conversations about trauma, you don't open up things that you can't close back up. You know, so again, you have to check in with yourself to see what your biases are, but also like, are you comfortable having this conversation, right? And then are the folks in your team, are they comfortable, you know? And so again, no judgment, but just being aware of that. And then also that we just don't attach shame to having implicit bias. It's just part of the human condition. We've all been given messages, and it's just really just being aware. Self-awareness is the biggest thing, okay? So now I am going to share a little bit about Parent Child Plus's anti-bias checklist. Just by show of hands, who's familiar with that, the anti-bias checklist? Okay. Yes, Sarah Walter, I see you, yes. Definitely familiar with the anti-bias checklist. So, okay, let me share the screen. So in 2019, our research team at Parent Child Plus did something called a book content analysis, and basically looked at about 500 books that are used in our network, and looked at the diversity that was in those books from character perspective, but also from author and illustrator perspective. And what we found is that the majority of our books were really not representative of the families that we served. And that book content analysis can be shared with you too, and you'll see, you know, the percentages and whatnot. And what came out of doing that content analysis was the anti-bias checklist. So this is a tool that we wanted to give to all of our sites to say, okay, this is a way we can begin to improve and shrink that disparity. So we can have more authors and illustrators of color that are representative of who we're working with, but also that our families are beginning to see themselves in these books as well as toys. And then we also, out of this, we've created a series called Windows, Mirrors, and Doors. We just had our 4th installment around representation of people with different abilities in it. And so we'll be having another one in November around Indigenous peoples representation. So this is something that that's not going away. We are always going to be looking at, you know, making sure we are doing the very best we can to provide books and toys to our families that represent them, as well as other cultures, okay? And so really quick, I'm doing really quick about the anti-bias checklist because we could spend hours on this. But some of the most important things that we look at on here is that our books should be free of stereotypes, free of tokenism, avoiding loaded words, and are accurate and respectful, okay? And also though, that in your library, books should include people, not just animals, but we do know that animals in some cultures is really important that animals are represented. So, you know, just making sure we're paying attention to these nuances, right? We want to show families and lifestyles that represent our program families. We want to represent books with people who are not often seen and often excluded. We want to show diverse abilities. And we want to encourage more and more books that are written or illustrated by people of color, showing doers of all ages and people groups. So showing, you know, more equity, portraying action toward change, and choosing books with more dates. I believe we found that as of 2014, we definitely saw more diversity in books, which is important to know. And this checklist has all of the definitions of those terms, which is important, right? To be working out a shared definitions. And then you will receive this document also. This was something, so you're gonna get a whole list of examples of diverse books. So this was what we did. We did a survey nationwide and said, okay, what are people using? And put this all together. So you'll see some cycle 1 recommendations, cycle 2 recommendations. I think the great thing about this list is that we have the authors written and we let you know, okay, is this a author that's a person of color or not, or the characters people of color? So you can, this is a really great list. So you will get this as well as vendors that you can approach to get these books and different activities. Okay, any questions? I know I went through that pretty quickly. And one last thing I want to say before we move into the next activity is that, you know, having an anti-bias as well as implicit bias mind frame, it's almost like having a lens, right? We have different lenses we look through things through, right? And again, I'll reference back to trauma. When you put your trauma lens on, instead of saying, like, what's wrong with this person, you begin to say, well, what happened? You know, what happened in your experience that makes you behave this way, or, you know, creates this issue for you, right? So this is building a new lens to put your, you know, to put on and look at things through. So I wanted to share a book with you all. And in Philadelphia, when we first began in 2016, we loved this book. Like, we just were like, oh, this is so beautiful. This is so great and everything. And as we began to use our anti-bias and implicit bias lens, we began to have a different opinion of the book. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a reading of this book. And I want you to think about, as it's being read to you and you see the pictures and different things, is this book free of stereotypes and tokenism and loaded words and different things like that? I want you just to think about the anti-bias checklist and see what you think, okay? And then after we look at that, we're gonna put you in breakout groups, but just about like 5 minutes, and let you have a discussion about that. And then you will come back and can share some thoughts in the chat, okay? All righty. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that.
Little one, whoever you are, wherever you are, there are little ones just like you all over the world. Their skin may be different from yours, and their homes may be different from yours. Their schools may be different from yours, and their lands may be different from yours. Their lives may be different from yours, and their words may be very different from yours. But inside, their hearts are just like yours, whoever they are, wherever they are, all over the world. Their smiles are like yours, and they laugh just like you. Their hurts are like yours, and they cry like you too. Whoever they are, wherever they are, all over the world. Little one, when you are older and when you are grown, you may be different. And they may be different wherever you are, wherever they are in this big, wide world. But remember this: joys are the same, and love is the same. Pain is the same, and blood is the same. Smiles are the same, and hearts are just the same. Wherever they are, wherever you are, wherever we are. All over the world.
Okay, so hoping we can go into breakout rooms for about 5 minutes.
Khadijah's going to guide us through the breakout. She's putting us in rooms.
Okay.
And is there a leading question, Malkia, or is it just to talk about the?
Yeah, reflect as you put an anti-bias lens. What were your thoughts of the book? Did you see stereotypes, tokenism? I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, great.
You may have to put it in the announcement because folks have left.
Okay, thank you. I think Marcella may have to do that. Okay, thank you.
I can put it in.
Okay, Khadijah can put it in. All right, thanks, Khadijah.
If you just put it in the regular chat, I'll just paste it into the message to all.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Pam, I can stay like a little bit past 2 o'clock, okay? Just to finish.
Okay.
All right.
That's, yeah.
Okay.
We can open up questions. The rest of these people are, do we need to move them? Because they're not moving into rooms.
They have to accept.
They have to accept it?
Yeah, and actually go into the room. So I can only assign them to the room.
Okay.
Oh, Pam, you may want to pause the recording real quick.
Oh. Okay, we started recording again.
Okay, looks like everybody is back. So I want to invite folks to put in the chat, and we could have a couple people share out verbally as well. What did you all discuss? Did you all see any examples of stereotypes or tokenism or loaded words or anything after, you know, looking at the whoever you are book, looking through an anti-bias lens? I see some head shaking. Yep.
Yeah, I'll go first. I have no
Okay,
problem
great.
with
Thank
that.
you.
Hi,
Thank you.
I'm Sarah from ICCFS. I noticed the word very in front of language, and it wasn't in front of the other things, which made it feel like a negative on a book that was trying to have an even playing field. I just thought that was a little, it made my eyebrow go up. I was like, wait, what? And then I paid really close attention to if the word very was dropped anywhere else, and it wasn't. So that made it an uneven playing field. And that did not make me feel very well.
Thank you.
Also, we used the 1 year for the book, and me and my visitor, what we having a conversation was that, yes, we are different, but how we different? What is talking about? Who is the illustrator? How is telling the story? It was a very, very shady thing. So we only use the 1 year and we changed that. We are different, yes, but they never share that. So I have a hesitation, and I changed that next year. We didn't use another year that book, but that is true, the story, but there is a lot of negativity to it.
Right, right. Similar in Philadelphia, once we applied our anti-bias lens, we stopped using the book. And I see in the chat, someone said, we noticed that the book felt like it was written by someone outside of cultures. And that is true. The author, Mem Fox, is Australian. And the illustrator, Leslie Stubb, I'm not sure. But she's not a person of color. I do know that, but I'm not sure where she's from. And the name of the book is Whoever You Are. And again, you're going to get a link to the reading of that book in the PowerPoint. Okay, anything else? Anything else anybody wants to share verbally?
I felt like the book was talking to all the little ones all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how it says that we all have same smile. We all feel the pain. I think I was not focusing on negativity at the beginning when I was watching. I was more focusing how it is talking to the kids and saying that we're all human beings, no
Right.
matter what culture you have or where you're from.
Right, right. So again, it depends what lens you're looking at it through, right?
Yeah.
Looking through it through that lens, I agree. Like that's what we like, oh, this is so beautiful, right? But when you look at it through an anti-bias lens, you can see some of the tokenism and the stereotypes. One of the stereotypes that I did not see initially was some of the Black children. One of the Black children had a donkey on his head. Did you all see that? It's like, oh. You don't really see, and this is, I think, very specific to Philadelphia because we're in an urban environment, but you don't really see the environment that's similar to the families, you know, where they live. Also, I don't know if anybody saw, there was a picture of the school and it looked like they were all boys at the school. There were no girls at the school and they were writing on a stone tablet. You know, so that's kind of a loaded image, you know, when you really think about it. So every time I watch it, I pick up something different. So again, this is just like, it's a tool you could use with your staff, kind of deepen your own understanding and deepen your own use of an anti-bias lens. Okay. So it was really wonderful spending some time with you all today. Are there any last minute questions before I close out?
I like Sarah's
Size,
question. Has
what is
anyone
the
given the
major
lesson to
negative
to
for
the
the
author?
book?
I don't believe we've given feedback to the author, no. No, I don't believe.
I recommended people watching this book in different lenses and different times. One time is not enough to find what is.
Exactly. And this was done very quickly. Like this is something we could have spent a lot of time on. And one thing I will say too, you know, as you all continue to use the anti-bias checklist, you're going to have books that you're going to be like, oh, this, you know, this isn't great, right? I don't believe in throwing out the baby with the bathwater, right? I think if we identify some images or words in a book that aren't so, you know, great, that could be a conversation, right? But I think it's important to acknowledge that, be aware of it. And it could be, you know what, that word, some people think this about this group of people, but that's not what I think. And I know this person and that, you know, stereotype doesn't fit. You know, it could be a broader conversation, of course, depending on the age of the child or whatnot. And then the last thing I'll say is, I think that the anti-bias checklist and all this work that we're doing, I think is such a worthy effort, because I just think about, as we're planting these equitable seeds in the children that we're working with now, think about, you know, what the world may be when they become our age, right? If we're starting to plant seeds of different messages with them. So that is, you know, that's what drives me to keep pushing this information out to folks and encouraging people to take a look at them. Okay. So I am going to close at this point, but again, thank you so much. You'll get slides, you know, and all those resources. And Pam and Marcella, feel free to share my email address if anybody has any questions. I'd love to talk about this topic. So happy to have conversations with folks. Okay.
Thank you so much, Malkia.
All right, thank you.
And again, as she said, she will give us at the end of, it won't be today, but once the video becomes available, we're going to send a whole package to all of you with the video, the PowerPoints, the videos, Some of you may want to use them in your team meetings to continue. I know a lot of you said that one pass and watch the video is not enough. You may make it as a part of a conversation in your team meeting. As part of your agenda at the bottom in resources, there are some links to nursery rhymes and some of the books that we've been using all the time. And you're like, no, be still my heart, you know, because you can see some of the origins of some of the things that we've been singing and the racial undertones that come from them and the stereotypes. And so it's really good. And so you'll be able to take that resource from Malkia and utilize it in your team meetings, individual work. And again, as she said, she's making herself available, and we will add her email in the email when we send it out to you all. Okay. Thank you again, Malkia. Thank you so much. So again, we've been talking this morning and talking about one of the program frameworks within Parent Child Plus around race equity. You see that we said we were going to do this work, take a look at our materials. We've created the anti-bias checklist. Sarah had put in the chat, we're actually revising that. We've gotten feedback from the field. Every time we do a new windows, mirrors, and doors series, we update books that are on the list. And so we always look for your feedback. Because as we know better, we do better. Okay, so this is a continually growing opportunity for us as practitioners to be able to serve our families well. And again, we work from what we know, and then as we know more, we do better with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take what we've been learning so far this morning, and we're going to do one more activity. But I'm going to pose a question to you, and let me share my screen. Okay, so we've talked so far this morning about implicit bias, and normally when we talk about implicit bias overall, we're always normally doing it through an American lens, but all of us are impacted no matter where we come from in the world. And Malkia even referred to that in her presentation. We get messages all the time that there is something wrong with us. The way we look, whether we're too big, too short, too fat, too thin, too dark, or maybe too light. But people attending today, all of us in this room, on this platform, we come from all over the world, right? And we wanted to just pose a question that we could all relate to. And so the question, one of our head of diversity, equity, inclusion, and Start Early posed this question in one of our meetings. And I was like, wow, that's a beautiful question when you want to talk about the universality of biases, right? And how we're all impacted by the mainstream media messages. And so the question she said to us in the meeting was, what does it mean to you, or what does it mean to be dark in your culture? And that was like, wow, because we're all impacted by these messages of, and it could be overt or subliminal around our proximity to whiteness, right? And so the message is universal. The more you look white, the better you are off. And so we all ingest these messages. They have been around for a really long time. There were signs like this in America during Jim Crow. There were advertisements, and this is back in probably the early 1900s. And it might have been, you wouldn't have seen, you weren't around, but this is a advertisement for soap. And the soap said that if you washed and used this soap, this is how you turned out. You would become white. and you will become clean. And so we are ingesting these messages all the time. What is this message? I want you to just ponder this. What is the message to both the Black and white audience? Because it's saying something to both. And now today, there's a billion dollar industry in cosmetics. And so we see these billboards and we see these advertisements in magazines around the world. These messages infiltrate our subconscious, and neither fame or fortune it stops that from undoing these messages. So how do these messages impact us as adults? And how do they impact our children? And so we talked about media, we talked about the single story, we talked about all of this, we talked about implicit bias. And what are we carrying when we do just in ourselves? And we have, and so we hold on to that. And like Malkia said earlier, that, you know, the implicit bias is that like immediate reaction. And I want us to think about that this is something that we sometimes don't even realize is sitting with us. So I want us to think about this other impact. And so when we think about our work in Parent Child Plus, and we think about the work we do with families and children. So how many of you have ever heard of the doll test? Has anyone ever heard of the doll test? Okay, and I'm going to show this. So today our theme is about the road to school readiness. And the results of this experiment is one of the reasons we, I'm sorry, the results of this experiment actually led to the passing and the winning of Brown versus the Board of Education. This test showed that Black children saw themselves, Black and white children saw Black children negative. And so they felt that if we were able to integrate schools, it would change children's perception. And sadly to say, it has not. And so we wanted to think, what should we do? What should change? What are some of the new ways in which we can interact and support families? And so one of the reasons we have the anti-bias checklist is to begin to take a look at the materials that our children are seeing and reading about themselves and others. And could that also maybe slowly begin to change the results of this test? And so this test that we're going to look at right now has been repeated numerous times within the United States and around the world. And so I want us to take a look at this particular test. This was done and conducted in Italy. And just take a look at it for yourself. We've seen it, CNN's repeated it. So many other places have repeated this test. And I want us to just take a look at it.
Quale bambola è bianca? Quale bambola è nera? Quale delle due è bella?
Questa.
qual è quella bella? Qual è quella brutta? E qual è quella buona? Quale è cattiva? Qual è buona?
Lei,
Perché è buona?
perché ha gli occhi celesti.
Quale è cattiva? Perché è cattiva?
Perché è tutto nero.
E qual è la bambola che ti somiglia di più? Quale bambola è nera?
Mi ha offeso. Tu. Perché mi hai chiamato nera.
Perché ti offendi?
Mi offendi perché altri bambini mi hanno offeso con cattiveria.
No, io non ho usato nessuna cattiveria.
Quello sto mi sta guardando storto.
Take a minute just to digest that video.
That was hard to watch.
Yeah. I know. I teared up the very first. I've seen it multiple times, but when I saw this version again, I was just in tears. It was hard.
The little boy was struggling so hard to choose because he couldn't. It's like forcing him to choose against himself. It's so sad.
Yeah, yeah. And when you look at this test, no matter what version you watch, you see the children struggle when they answer the questions and then it hits them. Oh, I just said something negative about myself. I defined myself in a negative way. And so the results of this experiment is one of the reasons we must address race equity in our programming. The findings in the United States in the Brown versus the Board of Education allowed integration of schools, but this test is being conducted today and children still answer the same way. We have such power to make a dent in helping to create positive self-esteem with our families and to counter the overt and subtle messages we all receive every day. And that's the video, the slides before, the messaging about what it means and what does it mean to be brown or Black, or whether it's positive or negative. And we ingest this all the time. And so we can, by the choosing of our vision, we can break some of the cycle of this single story or the mainstream media view of themselves and ourselves. And so you can, and that checklist allows you to look at some materials. This book, I Am Brown, and it's written by an Indian author, and actually it was introduced to me by Carmen at Children's Home Society. We can choose materials like crayons that are shades of the world. And so children can pick a hue when they're drawing themselves. They can find the crayon that looks like them. You can choose books that show about, and Malkia talked about family, and it's beyond the single story. It's talking about a loving family relationship that may not be told about our community. And there are many other books that are out here that can tell the story of our families. And Sarah Walzer mentioned in the chat that the author of Fry Bread will maybe at our next Mirrors, Windows, and Doors. And so we have such power in Parent Child Plus because with the materials that we choose to share with families about themselves and others, to begin to break the cycle of the single story of how we perceive others and perceive ourselves, no matter what mainstream media says about us. And so I just want you to just take a minute to now get your pink suitcase out. I'm gonna hurry up because I think we're almost out of time for this right now. And I want you to get your pink suitcase out. And I want you to get some more strips of paper, or just take that other piece of paper that you wrote on, flip it on the other side. This time, I want you to reflect on yourself. Think about, I didn't know I was carrying that. This implicit bias about something. These are the things about ourselves, that single story that you're carrying about someone else, or even that you didn't realize that you were carrying. And so I want you to write those down and put those in your suitcase, because eventually, as Maya Angelou says, when you know better, you do better, you're going to unpack those, because you're going to just take those as we learn more, as we learn how we get to know people better. We're not going to listen to the narrative of mainstream media about other people, as the author talked about in her TED Talk, that she's not going to, her perception of her Mexican, when she went to Mexico, that the American narrative of the Mexican. So we want you to, or the Americanized version of the African American. Like, I know we were deemed to be afraid of the Black male. So what are those things that we may be carrying unintentionally that may even prohibit us from making good selections of our vism? You may say, it's no need to make a switch. It's fine the way it is. And it might be just some things that are going on that we didn't even realize that we were carrying. Because we can tell you and suggest that you do that, but if we're carrying our own stuff, we may be a little hesitant to make change. So I want you to think about those and write them and put them in your suitcase, because we all, as they said, there's no shame in this, because we all carry it. Every single solitary one of us. We carry it. We carry these things. It's just by nature of breathing and living on this earth. And I want you to think about just how that could impact the way you interact with your coworkers, and maybe how it may impact your delivery of services to families. Okay, so let me move into our next core value. Okay. I just needed to do one thing. I just want to get us ready for moving in segments. And so I know this is a lot to take in, but again, you know, the more we know and grow, the better we're able to provide services to our families. And so this is just an opportunity for us to take a look at materials, take a look at who we are, because I'll give one example of myself. I took the Harvard implicit bias test, and when I got my scores back, I'm like, no, that's not me. I am not biased in this area. No, this is something wrong with this assessment. It's something really, really wrong with it. But once I stopped being defensive and I started taking a look at it, and I was like, oh snap, I do that. You know? And I was just like really shocked by my own, like, oh wow. And I was glad that I had to do that, and it was for work, because when it was time for me to make decisions, I stopped and paused before I made a decision, because I knew that I had an inclination to be biased in this particular area. And it made me stop to rethink, like, am I being open? Am I doing my initial knee-jerk reaction to this? And it helped me make better decisions when I took that into account. So this is, again, it's for us as individuals, so that we can do and work better fully in it. It's not like anything's wrong, but I'm telling you, I was extremely defensive. I was like, something's wrong with this thing. And just like as the guy said, when you're telling somebody, I'm clean, when somebody's just saying it's just something in your teeth. So just remember all of these different ways of doing the work. So as we now transition into our one of our core values of parent-child relationship, and one of the things that Parent-Child Plus we talk about all the time is parent-child attachment. And so attachment is defined as a young child's relationship to their primary caregiver, and it's an essential part of his or her life, forming the basis of ongoing growth and development. And this is by Bowlby, and actually as far back as 1951. A child's secure attachment to their primary caregiver provides a sense of stability, security, and the security that is necessary for a child to take emotional risks, cognitive risks, and physical risks. And all three of these domains support school readiness, and that is what our theme for today is. And so as we are going into our next session, we are going to look at the power of home language and how it is part of one of the necessary pieces for school readiness. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ayade.
Hello, good afternoon, buenas tardes. We're going to move into interpretation for this section of our day today. So vamos a pasar al canal de español, si ustedes hablan español. Abajo dice inglés o español. So if you speak English, we're going to have Spanish as your second language, as another language. We have Spanish interpretation. So you will go to the globe that shares interpretation. Si ven por favor a donde dice interpretación y tienen que escoger el canal que dice español. Could you repeat that? I was in the Spanish channel. Could you repeat that, Renee, again? Okay, I cannot hear you in the principal channel. Okay, ¿alguien más necesita ir al canal de español? Okay, so I'll repeat it one more time. Lo voy a repetir una vez más. En la parte de abajo, en su pantalla, tal vez tiene 3 puntitos. Y esos 3 puntitos dan hacia un globo. El globito dice inglés, español o off. Póngale por favor en el que dice Spanish. En el que dice español, ese los va a llevar al canal de español donde René va a estar traduciendo. ¿Alguien tiene pregunta? Por favor, levante la mano o quite su micrófono si tienen preguntas. Okay, thank you everyone. I'll pass it back to Pam.
So you're going to do the introduction, Dr. Cronin?
Yes.
I know, we're all like juggling many things. Thank you, Ida.
Hello, good afternoon again. And I'm just checking with Renee. Can you hear me? I'm looking for you right now. Okay. All right. Okay, I see you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here today to learn about the power of home language. And today with us is Dr. Sharon, who is a professor at Goddard College and has over 25 years experience in bilingual and culturally relevant early childhood and elementary education. She earned her doctoral degree in curriculum instruction, majoring in bilingual education, multicultural education, and literacy, with cognates in special education, Caribbean studies, anthropology, and sociology from the University of Washington. She is at the Center of Linguistic and Cultural Democracy, and Dr. Cronin leads the Teaching Umoja Participatory Action Research 15-year commitment, examining the ethnic identity, bicultural, cross-cultural, and triliteracy development of children of color, along 40 other co-researchers. So welcome, Dr. Cronin. We're really happy that you are joining us today, and I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aide. And I'm just so excited to be here. I'm happy to be here. I congratulate Aide, Pam Williams, and the whole Parent Child Plus team. The work that you're doing today in this session is the future of early childhood education. This is how we must do it. All that has been said up until now and what's being covered in the rest of the sessions. This is the important core information that early childhood educators must have in order to do their work well. I'd like to just thank my colleague Renee Almatierra, also from Goddard College, who's volunteering today to do our interpretation. Most of the time we'll be using English, but there will be a time in this session we'll use Spanish, and everybody will get a chance to try out interpretation. My main message for today, in the time that we have, is that the child's language is their right. As a matter of fact, the United Nations recognizes that their language and culture, it's one of the rights of the child, as they put it. And not on my watch will a child lose their home language. Not on my watch. That's the message that I share with today. And I'm so excited to learn of the work you're already doing, and I'm happy to offer some more. One of the things that I'm offering today is access to the literature that backs up what you're doing, the research, the words that are written down. So you have that when you need it. Now, are you able to unshare the screen so I can share the screen? Okay, thanks. Let me just start with this image. I know that you already had land acknowledgements earlier today. I just want to open our session with this image. It is an image of remembrance, has to do with Indigenous Peoples Day, but more than that, it has to do with the abuse and mistreatment of thousands of Indigenous children in the United States and in Canada at forcibly placed boarding schools. So I felt like opening with this. This is the past. We want to make sure that, unfortunately, it's not entirely in the past, the idea of taking children's language and culture away from them. That was the idea of the boarding schools, and it destroyed families and communities. So we recognize and the people that are working right now to right some of the wrongs that were done in those times, but also what are we doing? I guess I'm going to touch again on the message that Pamela shared earlier, our biases, but also our practices. What are we doing that might resemble that kind of mentality of taking away the children's language and culture so that they can be successful, when no, that was never the plan, that was never the case, and it was destruction. Okay. And then secondly, I'd like this to guide us today. I know there's a lot of people on the call, but is there one person who would be willing to read this for us out loud? Would be willing to read this out loud?
Read it.
Okay, thank you.
Language as spiritual eyeglasses. Communication between human beings is also the basis and process of evolving culture. Culture embodies those moral, ethical, and aesthetic values, the set of spiritual eyeglasses through which they come to view themselves and their place in the universe. Okay. Values are the basis of people's identity, their sense of particularity as members of the human race. All this is carried by language. Language as culture is the collective memory bank of a people's experience and history. Tiongo, 1986.
Thank you so much. And I love the little voice in the background. Does not bother us.
Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry. It does not bother us at all. So Diongo is a Kenyan writer who promotes the use of the home language in writing. He's an author and educator and things like that. And this message, this quote has served us so well over the years in early childhood education, because you can look at language as semantics, the words of a language. You can look at language as the syntax, the structure, or the grammar of a language. You can even think about the phonology, the sounds or accents of a language. But none of that gets to the heart when you're defining and talking about language. This is language. It is the people's collective memory bank. It is at the heart of their identity, our identities, and our sense of particularity as members of the human race. So, when we wipe out a language, we're wiping out all of this. Not on our watch, not on our watch. Okay, not on our watch. So, my understanding is that these are some of these things you're already doing. And what I'm hoping to do today is talk through what's out there supporting the work that you do with language and culture. And I know we can't cover everything in one session, but we'll see how far we can go. In the Soy Bilingüe seminar, we have one session dedicated to this, and I'm going to pull from that session. We call it the Bilingual Discussion Quiz. Now, it's not a real quiz. I'll tell you what I think, but all of us have our opinions, and I'll show you what I have cited and where I got the information from. But even some of the things that are cited there's more than one opinion on them. I'll tell you what I think and why. And when I say I, it's really more like our team at the Center for Linguistic and Cultural Democracy and the people who work with the Soy Bilingüe seminar. But let's take a look. So it's okay to argue. It's okay to have opinions. It's okay to not all be on the same page. But let's look at what's out there and what the discussion is about. So here we go.
I'll put the link to the quiz in the chat if you want to have it available to you. And I don't know, Dr. Cronin, do you want them to have their true false questions?
Yes.
Sheets.
You have your
So you
sheet
should have
full of
gotten, I can't, like the T and the F, it should have been in your, you can't see it, sorry. But
I'm
it's the
showing
T
it
and
too, Pam.
Okay, good, thank you.
I did showing.
You should
Yes,
have your
it's
T
gonna
and the
be
F.
fun.
So we're going to turn this into fun. So you can just turn on your screen for this activity. I'm going to fold mine in half.
Good idea.
And then you can do which one.
Okay, great idea. This is so much fun. Again, it's a discussion quiz. It's not a test. We're going to have some fun and share our opinions, and we may change our opinions as we hear from others. So we're going to go back and forth between sharing and unsharing so that we can see each other. I'd recommend putting everyone in the gallery view so you can see each other. The first question, true or false? More than half of the people of the world are bilingual. Do you think that's true or do you think that's false?
It's true.
Look at all those red T's. That's so much fun. Yes, I agree. It is true. In a good number of countries, more than 2 languages. 4 languages are normal. So that is the future. Okay, back to sharing the screen. We go on. Number 2. English is spoken by more people than any other language in the world. True or false? Aha, we're getting some. So, and I see Lorenzo is thinking, yes or no? Wow. Okay. It's false. It is false. But they sure do make it seem like it's true. And by the way, it's false by a whole bunch. Now, those of you who like to look things up, do a quick search. Top 10 languages spoken in the world. And I've got one source here that I'll put in the chat. Take a minute, look it up real quick if you like, see what you find, and I'll tell you what I have found. Okay. And feel free to put in the chat, what are the top 4 languages? Okay, Gloria's got something in there, top. Yeah, put in whatever you find in the chat and we'll talk it through. Top most widely spoken languages in the world. Look at that. We're getting a lot in there. Aha, look at that.
Is it Chinese?
It is totally Mandarin Chinese.
Oh my God, I never heard that.
Yes. The most widely spoken language in the world is Mandarin Chinese. Think about population. That helps too. Numbers of people. And yes, we're getting in some great answers. And I see people also adding in the languages that they speak. Feel free to also do that. I would love for you to do that as well. So here's something interesting. Languages are so political. Languages are so political. The definition of what is a language and what is a dialect, so political. And we'll cover that a little more in our discussion today. I'm going to share the one that I put in the chat for just a moment. And then I'm going to tell you something about it that I learned. Let me share the screen again. Here we go. So according to this resource, the 10 top 10 languages by number of native speakers. Chinese, 1.3 billion native speakers. Spanish, 471 million native speakers. English, 370 million native speakers. And then Hindi is here. But if you combine Hindi and Urdu, which is virtually the same language, different writing systems, different political, geographic boundaries, then that would totally be number 2. And so again, there is some politics around how the numbers are counted, who's counted, but wow, the Spanish does not. That makes sense to me because we know that 2/3 of the Americas speak Spanish. So yes, widely spoken languages. And if anybody wants to make comments at any time, you may do so, or you can put them in the chat. And Cyril is saying, yay, I love to see Spanish at number 2. And okay, yes, we're getting, it depends also on the source. Some have Arabic higher up than other sources. So again, it depends on the source, but those are very widely spoken languages. Now, this is what I think. All languages are equally valid means of communicating. Each and every one is important. Each and every one is important. So even if it's 10 speakers, and there are some languages that have that, still important, still valuable. And we go on to the next question on our discussion quiz. How are we doing so far? Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. What do we have next? This is always a fun one. English is not the official language of the United States. True or false? Tamar, do you want to say something about this, Tamar?
We don't have an official language.
That is so true. The United States is one of the few countries that does not have an official language. At the time of what is called the Founding Fathers, this was discussed. And they said that if you pick one language as the official language, it might impact the freedom of speech. That was a very important value for them, a founding value. Now, unfortunately, they were not thinking about the over 500 indigenous languages in the Americas and in what's now the United States. But that was laid out as an important piece. So there is not an official language. Now, there are states that have put English as their official language. Twice, the state of Washington has attempted, people have attempted to do that in the state of Washington. We voted it down twice. Kanun says, but we have a de facto language. It's not the official language, it's not written in the Constitution, but we do all know that English is the language of power. It's a language of most of the schools. It's a language of, a lot takes place in English. And however, Tamar makes a very important point. There is no official language in the United States. Okay.
Are they looking at the population speaking the language, or they looking at what is the legal, the language the country use? How they define?
It is a legal term. It's in the Constitution of the United States. When they set up the United States as a country, the people who did that did not put a language. They left it open because of their value of freedom of speech And since then, it's never been changed. There is a group that is trying to change that and trying to have no other languages spoken, but they haven't succeeded yet. Or they haven't succeeded. They haven't succeeded. Hopefully they never will, in my opinion. I like it this way. Yeah, everybody works with English, no problem. But there's no rule that says you have to speak English. Okay? That's what it says. Rose is saying, oh, I find that's hard to believe. Yeah, remember how important freedom of speech was to the people of Europe who came to the United States. That was one of the reasons why they left, where their home was, because they didn't have freedom of speech. So they really pushed that as a core value. And each one of these, oh my gosh, there's lots of things you could do to research and study and look into. Each one of these could be a course, or at least a whole day workshop in and of itself, but we're getting a start. Yeah. Yes. English is the unofficial official language. We understand that. Okay, number 4, being fluent in both Spanish and English or another language is a clear advantage in the business world. True or false? Yeah. I would ask, how many people on this call today have their jobs because you are bilingual? Yeah. The numbers, I haven't updated it recently, COVID and all, but the last time I checked, 1 in 4 US jobs require that you speak another language. Interesting, right? That's a lot. So that's why, not on my watch. If a child speaks a language in the program or in the families that you're working with, we want to keep that language. It's going to help them later on. And in high school, you can get credit for speaking your language. And you can even earn a bilingual seal of something. My son got it this year for speaking English and Spanish, so that their home language is being recognized at the high school level in this state. Okay, let's see what's next. Oh, this is a good one. Number 5. The first formal kindergarten in the United States was bilingual. True or false? Snap time in my house. Disregard the sounds in the background. We're working it out. Okay. It is true. Next question. Can somebody tell me, what was the language? What were the 2 languages in this bilingual program? Anybody want to take a guess? Hint?
Canune wrote in the chat German and English.
That is correct. And look at that legacy. It's still the word that was used in those times, kindergarten, still carries on through all the schools all over the country. So yes, there were bilingual schools a long time ago. The first kindergarten was in German and English.
Which means garden of kids.
Yes, yes. So that's bilingual education is a part of our national history as well. Okay, we continue on. Parents and teachers should correct the errors young children make when speaking so they can speak correctly. If you think that's true, hold up your sign. If you think that's false, hold up your sign. Okay, we've got an interesting balance of T's and F's and colors, and Ide has both up. I'm kind of with you, Ide. I'm kind of with you, and we have also our chat words as well. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask one person who held up a T. Tell us why you think that, and we're going to actually start with somebody who held up an F to tell us why you think. So is there anybody who held up an F that would be willing to share why you think it's false?
Oh, well, I think it's false. I think you can repeat correctly what you think it is, but to tell them they're wrong, it wouldn't be helpful for them to learn language.
Okay, thank you.
I can echo with that and I say, children does not need to correct it. They need to repeat. They will correct it themselves. They need a time to give them only to reflect. Because just say the word, not do this, that, this, they not accept that. Let them go, repeat the word, they will reflect. That's how they learn the language.
Okay, now let's hear from people who put up T. What is your thinking?
They will know more about their language if we correct them. Otherwise, they will be losing the vocabulary. So I am with the idea that it is true.
Okay, well, let me share something. And I'm going to say that I liked when Ide kind of held up both, when she held up both, because I have some things to say about that. Hear me out. All right, so I'm referencing my teacher, Philip Gonzalez, a language expert from years ago. He would, whenever he did his class at the University of Washington, he would do a little demonstration with it, a little scenario. So he says, I'm in the store. So I've got my hands on the grocery cart. I have a toddler in front of me sitting in the chair. Going through the dairy section with my grocery cart, and I get to the milk. And the toddler points up and looks at the milk on the shelves and says, meh, meh, and points. Now, here's two ways a parent might respond. The first way, oh, you mean milk? Wait. Repeat after me. Milk. White substance comes from cow, little toddler. Repeat, milk. M-I-L-K, milk. That's one way. Okay. Again, this is my teacher. It was funny when he did it. Or same cart going through the grocery store, same toddler, get to the dairy section, looks up, meh. Oh, you want some milk? Hold on. Let me reach up and get the milk. Okay, I've got the milk and I'm putting it right next to you. When we get home, let's have some milk. We can have it with some milk and crackers. We'll have some milk at home. Okay, so for those who responded, on one hand, I'm not correcting. Don't correct the children. Don't correct the adults either, actually. Model the language back. But you're watching out. You noticed that the child said milk instead of milk. You've said the word back 8 times in a conversation, in a natural exchange. And you keep with that over time. See what's happening. Now, you got to notice if over a period of time, something's just not quite right, yeah, you're going to check that out and figure that out. So the key word is correct. How are you correcting? We don't ever want to stop somebody's communication to correct their English, to correct their Spanish, to correct their Urdu. No, you can model it back for them, especially in public, in front of the whole class. No, model it back. Now, there was a teacher who was Spanish speaking as her first language. She was at Kimball Elementary School in Seattle. I was the person who came in to observe her when she was working on her certification. She was feeling a little uncomfortable, a little nervous about her accent. I said, everybody has an accent. Everybody on this call has an accent. It measures where we're from, where we learned language. So she said, watch me, watch my activity. So I did. She did beautifully. There were 2 words. She asked me to point things out. I helped her. I responded on the side afterwards, not she requested it, I interacted. There were 2 things she said. She called the children kids. A little bit of a problem because it can be, if you're in a professional setting, you're supposed to say children instead of kids. It's informal. A lot of people do it, but she might have trouble with that. I said, okay, just so you know, that's something to think about. And the other thing she said in an activity, when she was having children jump from one letter to another in this activity that they all loved, she said, lip, lip, small tiny thing. She asked me to help her. So I said, okay, right there. I'm thinking about you, Carmen, and your response. Yeah, she asked me, I helped her get it, eat, leap, and then you're fine. 2 tiny things. She asked me for help. I gave it to her. That's okay. But it's not your job. You're not the language police. Don't correct the children. Don't correct the adults. Communicate. Go back and forth. My daughter, when she was 3 going on 4, she kept saying mazagin. And I would model back, I can't say it now, magazine. And she would keep saying mazagin. So at some point I did pull her aside. I said, you know, Iselina, some people say magazine. She goes, I know, I just think I like my word better. So, you know, you can check in and see what's going on with them. You know, if there's something going on like that. She knew the word. She just liked her change in the word. She liked it better. So we don't need to correct them. We model it back and we keep going. Yeah. All right. Let's go on to the next one. Learning a second language is different than learning a first language. True or false? Aha. Emery's saying, okay, I think there's a little true, a little false in that. So, how many people here learned 2 or more languages from birth? Do we have people who you learned 2 languages from birth? Let me quickly scan the, okay. Hafineth, you learned 2 or more languages from birth. Very nice. So
use your reactions to let us know if you can't, if you don't want to go show your picture.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good idea. So if you learned 2 languages from birth, then they probably were similar or the same processes. How many people here learned a second language as an adult? Yeah, that was not as easy. That was not as easy. Now, learning language, even as a toddler, is not that easy. Remember, the toddlers get frustrated when they can't communicate something. You know, they're just trying to get it out. Their thoughts or ideas are ahead of their language. So it's not that easy to learn a first language, but certainly it's not easy to learn one as an adult. Can be done. What we want to remember, though, is the similarity. So whenever you're teaching a new language to children or to adults, start it here and keep adding more, get more and more complex. I like how Renee also interprets my hand movements. Thank you, Renee. This one just breaks my heart, so we're going to say it. If a child speaks a different language at home, it will hamper the child's English language development. Now, we know it's false. Thank you. That's a lot of F's up there. Great. What makes me sad is that it was the message that everybody was told. So many families were told by their doctors, by their teachers, by social workers, by television, by all kinds of interactions. And it can't be further from the truth. The more they learn in their home language, the more they'll have in English. We already know that. Okay, continuing on. Oh my goodness, I don't know about this one, Pamela. We might get into trouble in this one. Let me see. Children can learn a second language faster than adults and are better equipped for language learning. Think about it, and let's see what you have.
Yes, true.
Okay, this is
Very true.
This
Yeah.
is going to be a tough crowd. Hear me out, though. Hear me out. I think it's only half true. Let me tell you why. As adults, you have incredible brain power. If you're motivated, there's been cases where adults have learned a language enough to carry out, interactions in that language in a 24-hour period. Extreme cases. You can memorize a list of words, 200 words. You can memorize those in a day. Now, do you want to? What cost would it have? How boring would that be? All of that, but your brain is so powerful. You can memorize things. You have a lot of language already that can help you learn a new language. You can study grammatical patterns. You can engage. Adults, you can learn a language. You cannot make a 3 or 4-year-old or even a 6-year-old memorize a whole list of words like that. They don't really have that kind of brain capacity. However, they are better equipped than you. Also, they don't have as many things in the way. One of the big things we have in the way is our own identities. You're so used to sounding as you sound. It's you. It feels funny to try another language. You feel embarrassed to try another language. Also, who's got time? The children can take their little toys and they can talk to each other and they have all day to practice a new language. You have to work. Then you have to possibly, when you get home, cook dinner for everybody, and then possibly also do this and that and the other one, maybe even a second job. You see where I'm going? The time availability. Also, just where you're feeling, your emotions, and your interest in the new language, how you feel about it. So all of that, exactly, Carmen. We're busy with so many other things. So, Huey, yes, the children have neuroplasticity. Another way to think about it is that, I'll go to the work of Dr. Laura Ann Petito, whose work she does the brain imaging for language learning. She's saying that what lights up in an adult is, for children, there's a little place behind their left ear that seems to light up. It's like it's ready for language. And with adults, you use your whole brain for language learning. So that the children are ready. They're programmed to grab language, whether it's a spoken or signed language. They're ready. And apparently the linguists say toddlers, infants and toddlers that are experimenting with sound, they produce sounds from many languages as they're trying out that voice box. I don't know about that because I don't know all the languages of the world, but I have heard some very interesting sounds coming out of toddlers' mouths, like, oh, So what happens then is that when they're start working with a language or two languages, they focus on those sounds. And those are the ones that their muscles and their voice box produce. Their mouth, their tongue, their positioning, all of that. Those are the words and sounds that stay. And they're the ones who are going to have the accent better, children, than the adults. So we have some comments that had to do with how children aren't wired with all the sounds in the language yet, so more adaptable. I think the word wired is interesting, Rose, because in a way, they are hardwired for language. They're ready. They're ready for language. Their brains are ready for language. Check out more of the work of Dr. Laura Ann Petito. I'll put it in the chat a little bit later. But your point is well taken, Rose. Their mind isn't filled up with all kinds of other things. Pay the bill, do this, and they have that. Also, we know from 0 to 5 in more recent brain development and theory, wiring the brain, all of that. There's so much activity going on. It's good for them. It's good for them. No, and they're not wired for one language. There are people in this call, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure, that learned 3 or 4 languages from birth. And they handle them. There's people in our communities who grew up speaking. There's a whole community of people in Seattle, Garifuna people. If there's any on the call, I salute you. Most of the community speaks 3 languages, English, Spanish, and their indigenous language, Garifuna, as a just automatic practice. So yes, our babies can learn 2, 3, 4. We don't know how many exactly, but a lot of languages at once. And
Sharon?
Yes.
Hi, this is Araceli. I just wanted to piggyback on your idea and emphasize what Rose was trying to say in the concept of like babies' brains at this age. They're essentially with all of their neurons active, and they're trying to make connections with everything. But since it's all simultaneous, it takes time and also a lot of repetition for it to go into long-term memory. So it does exist, but we need to help provide more experiences for that to grow and strengthen.
Yes. 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 So as we sum up, on one hand, children are prepared, they're equipped, they are set up for language learning. Okay, Araceli's point and others. However, adults, you can learn a language faster. Interesting, right? She said, not me. No, don't, you could. Again, do you have the time to? Do you have the motivation to? Do you have the this or the that or the other? Will you sound as well as the child? Maybe not. Maybe not. But you have brain power. You have brain power. Okay? Again, you don't have to agree with everything I say, but it might make you think. Maybe you research it a little bit more.
No, I know I can. You're right. I think we can learn another language as an adult. As far as learning it easier than children, I think we'll have to agree to disagree, Sharon.
Oh, well, not easier. I didn't say easier, Rose. And again, faster, what does faster mean? The children are better equipped. I agree. We're on the same page with that. The children are better equipped. Yeah. Again, it wasn't that easy for them. But that is what their early years are about. Their brains are ready for those languages, one or more. Just don't discount your adultness. Yeah. Again, you don't have to all agree with everything that I say, but look into that, see what you think. You will see competing research out there, one saying this, one saying that. This one resonates with me. And so at any age, you can learn a second language. And they're even recommending it now for elders because it can help with brain wellness of the elders in our communities. But Children are prepared, and that's why we want them to learn it when they can, when they're so prepared for it. Okay, going on. I told you that one was going to be controversial. I did. Children's private speech. Talking to oneself aloud while working on a task. Assist children in cognitive processing. And I'm going to leave that one there. It is true. And the reason why it's on this list is because, one, children do need to talk out loud. They need to be able to talk, to think. So that's one piece there. But the other one is, as you're working with children and families, you can start to see language dominance or language transition when you see what language they're using in their private speech, which can be in play when the trucks are talking to each other or the dolls are, but also when they're talking to themselves out loud. And you still do it, right? When you get into a challenging space and you hear yourself talking to yourself, we still do that. Private speech helps us with cognitive processing, and it can tell you about what language is being used by the child in terms of preference, perhaps, or even in a shift of dominance, language dominance from the home language to English. Okay. Knowing two languages in early childhood has cognitive advantages for children. True or false? All right. Tell me what I've heard keywords already being used by several of you. What is this about? Somebody tell us. What can you say about cognitive advantages for children? For bilingual children.
This is Aide. I can share that patterns and recognition of patterns in different language will allow for children to use that in math, for example, later. Also, back to what Rose and Araceli were saying around what we call pruning in brain development, you can have more expansive language channels that allow you to then build on top of that for other languages, for example.
Anybody else want to share anything?
Yo.
Okay, go
Un
ahead.
niño que habla dos idiomas,
Hold
se
on.
le hace,
1 second. Everybody, if you do not speak Spanish,
puede hablar, puede
espera
aprender
un-
más rápidamente.
espera un segundito. Vamos a poner la gente para que puedan entrar. Segundito. Can you, if you need interpretation, click on the globe.
Oh.
And then
Oh,
click.
I'm sorry.
No, tú no, está bien. Espérate, no te vayas. No te vayas. Click on the globe, everyone else.
I can sing in English.
No, perfecto, me encantó. Espérate, solo para que vayan y que entren. Okay, so everybody in. If you're having any trouble, let us know because it's important that everybody sometimes it's hard to figure this out the first time. So just click on that globe, go inside, click on Spanish. And that's okay, so we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay. Un niño
A
que aprende
child
dos idiomas
that learns two languages
puede aprender más fácilmente.
can learn more easily.
Yo lo he visto en mi hija
I have seen it in my daughter
y cuando trabajo con mis niños.
and when I work with my children.
Okay, stay there. I'm going to respond in Spanish.
Quédase, yo voy a responder en español. Thank you for sharing this beautiful story. I am very much in agreement with you, Maria. I have seen it. When we have a child that is bilingual, it's like exercises for our brain right here. They can't advance the development of a child. That's what Piaget says. We have to let them in their stage where they are. They can advance their development. I'm thinking about my child. he was speaking Spanglish, and I'm going to talk about that. We were outside at a park in the afternoon, almost nighttime. The sun was still there in the sky, but there was also the moon. And he said, "Mira, mamá, the moon." And another child said, "That's the moon." He was sure, completely sure, the other child, that this globe that was in the sky was the moon. But Carlos knew in his little body that one object can have two names. It can be La Luna and it can be the moon. This is the thing of flexibility and cognitive advantages. And yes, we can't advance the development of a child more than her or his age, but we can expand it to the sides with children who are bilingual and advance their development. Like Haide said, this is another system, like math is a system, and writing is another system. And yeah, it really helps in their development, in their intellectual development. Thank you, Maria. Voy a regresar al inglés. Si pueden cerrar la interpretación si no lo necesitan a ese tiempo. Muy bien. Regresamos en este. Es interesante. ¿Verdadero o falso? Por lo general toma de 2 a 3 años el incorporar los niveles más profundos del idioma, capacidad cognitiva del idioma.
True or false? 2 to 3 years. Guess what? It's actually 5 to 7 years. That's false. It's 5 to 7 years to get the deeper levels of a language. Think about it now. The different languages you speak or you've begun to speak. Which one would you want to use for an important test that you have to take? That is going to be the language that you have the most cognitive strength. And in 1 year to 3 years, children can get the surface level of a language. I've seen children, it's like, what happened? I've seen it even shorter than that. Some take longer, some are shorter. But where they can greet, interact, they understand, they can play, they can socialize. That's beautiful. That's 1 to 3 years. But that deeper cognitive level, that takes 5 to 7 years. And so one of the challenges we have in our early years, the children learn English in preschool, 1 year of preschool, and they do pretty good. And since they're so young, as we talked about earlier, they might not have an accent in 1 year, but they've only had 1 year of the language. They get to kindergarten and the teacher thinks, this child's a little slow, without realizing it's really their second language or third language. You see what I mean? So we advocate, we notice, it takes longer than that to get the deeper language levels of a language. And Carmen has a quick question for you. Carmen wants to know, how did you feel as an audience going into the interpretation room in order to understand what the teacher was saying, or me as the presenter was saying? Could just a couple people respond to her or put it in the chat? Oh, Oh, sorry. Didn't that go by so fast? Okay, it's time for lunch. I'm sorry about that, Carmen, but you might pick that question up later on in the day. And yeah, there's so much more to this. This was just an introduction. You can talk with the organizers, and Renee and I work at Goddard College. This is what we study. So the students who study with us, this is what they do for their BAs, their MAs, or their professional certificates. And so talk with Pamela if you want to get more information about what we're doing and for that kind of work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can put your reactions below, like, clapping, letting Dr. Cronin know just how much. This was such a great session. And Maria, that was a wonderful question. And I asked people to really sit and digest that we had to go to another space to understand what was being said. And I think it really sensitizes you to what people go through when their language is not being the language spoken, and the assumptions and all of that. And I think it was a wonderful way to think about that. But I want to thank Renee also for being here with us today. And we're just so happy that we could at least start doing things like this and making it available, even if it is in another space. But I love the idea that the English speakers needed to go in another space to understand. And thank you. This is the beauty, I think, of Parent Child Plus, is that we're trying to push the boundaries of what is normalized and push the boundaries to really be able to, when we talk about inclusion, this is about true inclusion. And that those of us that are in the dominant language culture in America, having to step in these uncomfortable spaces. And with that's for all of us, right? Because we're used to having our way. And so, but just really, I just love this. I love this opportunity. Doc, thank you, Dr. Cronin. We hope to have her back. We just skim the beginning of this. And it's just way more to continue, but we can see the beauty and power of working with families in their home language, understanding that it is part of an economic force. If children can maintain their home language, that brings money to them as an adult in work, and so when we talk about breaking some of these cycles of poverty, what a wonderful thing for families to be able to do, and be able to do it if they're able to retain their first language. So with that, we are now at 12:33.
Let me just, so sorry. I was going to close with a really wonderful video that Aicha had provided for me. Maybe
sure.
At the end of the day, we won't do it now. I know you need to go to lunch, but Aicha, if she can share it at the end.
I think, is it the yellow video, Asha? Because I have it. It's only a minute, like not even 2 minutes long. Is everybody willing to see that? So do you want to share it, or do you want me to?
I'd like you to, because it's giving me a little bit of trouble. Your agency is the future of early childhood. Keep going. We salute you. Beautiful work. This is a wonderful day. And to all of you, thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
¿Con quién está saliendo? ¿Con una mujer o con una niña?
Oh, okay. Asa, keni mani? Asa, sako. Keni mani, pepa? Oh, okay. Anna sa tika. Okay, asa. Asa. Keni mani? Pepa? Keni banana ye? Kola keni mani? Yellow oh. Yellow. Kani mani? Bulunya ni bama? Yellow. Oh, kani my pants? Kola keni mani? Yellow. Oh, good job, mom. Kera ni mani? Ah, kola keni mani? Yellow yani. Kola keni mani? Yellow yani ma bulu yani. Yellow. Oh, which ama? Isn't it money? Give me a blue, my yellow. Yellow or green? Yellow, Yania. Ano my son? Ano my son? Soko? Kenny money? Ah, yellow kenny money. Oh, yellow. Kenny money. Pens? Oh, my green my blue. Ah, yellow you my green. Yellow. Which ano my son? Sako ma. Mancha ko kiwa. Oh, ano kasa?
Yeah, easy.
Oh, good job.
And thank you. Just for you to know, this was shot during the beginning of the pandemic, and it's family speaking in Soninke. So am I correct if I said anything wrong? Asha,
Yes,
please correct.
Soninke.
Okay. So it is 12:36. So let's come back. I'm going to give you your full 30 minutes for lunch. So you can either just turn your screen black or log off and log back on. But we will begin at 12:36. Okay. I'll see you all later. Thank you again. I'm hoping you're having a good day. Take a break, walk away, go outside, even if it's raining, just get some fresh air.
What time are we coming back?
1:06.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
We have been a thought partner to Parent Child Plus for many years at ORS Impact. And last year we did a survey, I think it was 2 years ago, with all of you to really document all the great things you were doing and responding to your family's needs. So we really appreciate the work and all of you who are doing this work day in and day out and really preparing the leaders for tomorrow. So this year, our evaluation is going to focus on cultural match and what does it mean. We always talk about cultural match as an important and one of the bases of this program, but people have different definitions of what that means to them. So in order to learn from all of you and your families, we are going to focus on this survey, which is just the first step of our evaluation, to get your perception on what does cultural match mean to you. And then we are also focusing on learning about pathway to becoming an early learning specialist and a coordinator in this program. And we know anecdotally that some of the staff were parents who were participating in the program in the past, and now they are working as an early learning specialist serving other families in their community. So we want to understand what are some of those pathways to becoming from a parent to becoming a early learning specialist, and what are some needs, some training to so that we can be more intentional about developing those competencies for maybe parents or caregivers who are interested in becoming and pursuing a career in early learning. So with that, we are going to send you a link to a survey. It should not take you more than 5 to 8 minutes to fill it out. And at the end of the survey, we are asking if you are interested to participating in focus groups so we can further explore the nuances of cultural match. And also if you were a parent at some point in the past and now you work as an early learning specialist or coordinator. So those questions are at the end. Please fill it out if you're interested and leave us your information. The next step is, once we have that information from you, is to start organizing focus groups with staff. And we are also interested to understand cultural match from families' perspective. So we are also interested in doing some focus groups with parents who are matched and parents who are not matched to their early learning specialists. And by matched, I mean culturally matched. So with that, we are offering a $100 gift certificate to Safeway, and we will randomly pick one person from you who completes the survey, and we will contact you with that gift card. We wish we could give every one of you a $100 gift card, but unfortunately our budget is really tight like everybody else this year. So we just wanted the prize to be something that is worth something. So we know that this is a learning for all of us, and you are the experts. So we really are interested in your answers to the survey, and that would lead us to our next phase of the evaluation. Any questions before we send the link? Thank you. Pam's gonna send you the link to the survey. You don't have it, Pam? I can send that to you right now.
I did not take it out of the email. So can you put it directly in the chat right now?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Would that work?
Yes. It's a Google form, so it should easily be open. And we can ask everybody before you leave our signing to see if they were able to open.
Sure.
We'll have some time for the survey. Please make sure that you fill it out. We have been trying to figure out the number of staff who have been parents. So this will be very, very important.
And clarify, parents of Parent Child Plus, not another home visiting program, but a Parent Child Plus, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, I just put the survey link in the chat. And again, I really appreciate your time. I'll just be here in case you have any questions. And thank you again for giving us time to be on your agenda today.
Thank you. The more we know, the better we can be, right? So again, if has anyone had any difficulty opening the link, please, please, please participate. There's 122 people in this space right now. And so we're hoping to get 80, 90%, hopefully 100% responses, well, outside of a few of us that are not doing the actual work, home visiting. And so please fill it out, and it just really will help us be able to move forward and to tell the story. And remember, we talked about this a couple of years ago, data tells a story. about the work that we do and to whom we serve. And we want to tell a story of you and the beautiful work that you do. And so your responses help us tell that story more effectively. So, and if you fill it out, your name is in the pool to win a $100 gift card to Safeway. Hello, if there's any food on the shelf, but you can use it like whenever. And Thanksgiving is in a couple weeks. In turkey, prices are going up. You know, make it a win-win for you. So while you're doing that, I'm just going to move forward. And again, Alsani's here, and you can chat with her directly in the chat while she is still available. But I'm going to move on to the next segment of our day. Our next core value that we're going to be focusing on is reflective practice. And in home visiting, practice, reflective practice is our ability to think about the thoughts and feelings and intentions of both the parent and child that we serve. Sometimes topics arise when you need assistance on how to deal with what you're dealing with in a home visit or that you see during a home visit. You may have this time and when you're in your team time talking in a group, or you may have this practice or have this practice one-on-one with your supervisor. So issues that your families may need support in, such as housing, food, diapers, early intervention supports, and sometimes you're dealing with domestic violence or some kind of issues that seem where a family is not safe. And so our next session will cover helping to create a safe environment during a home visit. Our presenter for this session is Marcella Taylor, and she is my new partner in crime at Start Early. And I'm so happy to be working with her directly. I've had the beauty of working with Marcella and when she was a coordinator at Atlantic Street, but I get to work with her directly, and I'm just so excited. So let me read her bio. Marcella joined Start Early in July as a Parent Child Plus program manager. Although she was born and raised in Southern California, Seattle has been her home for over 20 years. Her introduction to early learning came from the birth of her daughter, Taylor Kareem, in 2002. After participating in which was the Parent Child Home program, now Parent Child Plus, Marcella was invited to join Atlantic Street Center's team and has been a staunch advocate of the program ever since. Her motivation for working with children and families is rooted in the knowledge that home visiting programs can and do change lives. After all, Parent Child Plus changed hers. And with that, I turn it over to Marcella.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, so I'm going to start by saying I am a little nervous. So hopefully if I make mistakes or if I speak a little too quickly, I will be granted grace. So just kind of putting that out there. Later I'll be talking about disclosure. So that is my disclosure at this moment. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see it? Is it up? Oh, Zoom didn't fail me today. I'm so happy. Okay, so this is the section. Pam mentioned earlier that there were headphones in your packets. So this is the time, if you would like to put the headphones on. And the reason, and this is IDAY, so you can thank IDAY for the idea. But as we were talking about things that were coming up in reflective practices, Pam mentioned, so things that were coming up in reflective supervision and things that were coming out of staff meetings, the reflective piece, what kept coming up was intimate partner violence or domestic violence. So the two terms can be used interchangeably. But as we're talking about creating a safe environment, I acknowledge now that this is a difficult topic and that there may be people participating in this section who have experienced domestic violence or who are just uncomfortable. Whatever the case is, we provided the headphones for you to be able to listen in private, if that is your wish. So I am going to, sorry, one second. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and start. And so I would like to acknowledge, this is, I'm giving a trigger warning that this topic can be extremely difficult. It can cause people to be uncomfortable. And so because of that, I would just like to say, in any way that you need to take care of yourself, please do that. If you need to walk away, if you need to black out the screen, whatever way that you need to take care of yourself, I encourage you to do that. So let's see. Okay, so getting started. What is domestic violence or intimate partner violence? Why are we talking about it? And how does it tie to Parent-Child Plus? So how does Parent-Child Plus link to supporting the parent who may be experiencing domestic violence? So what I would also like to acknowledge is the fact that words matter. And so when I am referring to a person experiencing domestic violence, I may refer to them just as that, or I may say the survivor as opposed to the victim. So victim is considered to be legal language. And sometimes survivors have noted that it is considered, it's dehumanizing. And so they sometimes prefer the language of empowerment. So that's where we get the term survivor from. It's a term of empowerment. And also in keeping with just language, I will refer to the person who is committing violence as the person committing violence, or, sorry, it went out of my head. I'll remember it. We'll come back to that. Or is the person causing harm. So move on to the next one. So what is domestic violence? The overarching definition of domestic violence is that it's a pattern of behavior that one person uses to gain control over another. And it can manifest in lots of different ways. It can manifest in isolation. It can manifest in negative consequences for resisting the wishes of the person committing harm. It can be emotional abuse, monitoring of behaviors, of speech, monitoring time. It could be controlling the finances. There are lots of different ways that domestic violence shows up. So, but the most important thing to remember is that it's a pattern. So it's not necessarily a one-time thing, as we see here. And it also includes coercion. So coercion is essentially when someone uses force to try to get you to do something that you really don't want to do. And so coercion is considered to be under the umbrella of domestic violence or intimate partner violence. So when we talk about the goal of the person trying to extend, maintain, or gain power and control, it's important to know that it happens across culture. Nobody is exempt from this. It could happen to somebody that you know. It could be happening with the families that you serve. It could also have happened to you. Really, no one is exempt. So it is more than the absence of physical violence. And usually when people think of intimate partner violence or domestic violence, they think of like the physical part. They think of hitting and bruises, but there's an emotional part of it too. There's a part that you really can't see. It's unpredictable. And as I mentioned before, it's not necessarily one incident. It may not be visible. The person causing harm also knows what's important to their partner, and they use those things against them to get what they want or to extend control. The impact is to make someone's world smaller, to limit access to help, and it undermines supportive systems that the person experiencing violence is connected to. So for example, it could be that they are isolating the person from their family. It could be that they cancel home visits in an effort to isolate their partner. Basically, it makes a survivor question their decisions about everything. It has them afraid to make decisions for fear of the consequences that could happen if they don't do what the person causing harm wants them to do. So we can talk about now how it actually shows up in home visits. So it is, as I mentioned, isolating from family and friends and supportive services like you as the early learning specialist coordinator or the agency that is providing services to the family. It could be that the person is monitoring the behavior. So the parent, the person causing harm may be sitting in on the visit to monitor, to see what is going on, to see what the parent is saying, to make sure that they're not going to say something that discloses what's going on. In the absence of the person being there, they could also basically assign a representative to sit in. So it could also be that they're that they have a family member who's going to sit in. And in some cases, they can use older children in the family to also act as a monitor. So it's limiting access. That access could be to the cell phone. It could be to Wi-Fi. It could be to the laptop. It could be to whatever you're using to conduct the home visit, virtual in this case. It could look like degradation, so name calling or undermining. So it could look like as you're in the session, you hear somebody from the background. So say, for example, the parent says, well, is telling you something and they say, this is what happened. And the person in the background is saying, no, that's not what happened. That's not it. And they're trying to undermine what you're saying or what is being said. It could be the threat of taking children away. It could be interrupting the visit with the need. So are you getting constant interruptions for things like the person is hungry, the person is thirsty, the person needs to talk to you? The whole goal is to interrupt the visit. It's to interrupt that session that's going on. It could look like canceling visits. It could look like limiting the length of a visit or the interaction. So you have a 30-minute visit planned, but you only get through 10 minutes of it because the person needs the computer or the person needs something, right? And again, it looks like tracking or monitoring time. So it looks like, okay, so you've been in this visit now for 10 minutes. It's time for you to do something else. Okay, so I always think that it's important to talk about why people stay, because there are so many thoughts about intimate partner violence, and in an effort for us to think, to want people to be safe, one of the first things that people always say is, well, you should leave. Sometimes leaving isn't an option. And I think that those are thoughts that have changed over the years, but leaving is not always an option. People don't always want to leave. And so there are a number of reasons that people stay. So I'll call out some of them. One of the biggest is that they may stay as a protective factor. It may be the safest thing to do. So for example, during COVID, it wasn't exactly safe for people to be out when we didn't know what was going on. We didn't have any idea about how COVID, where COVID was going to pop up next. So it's not exactly a safe thing for a family to be in a shelter during something like what we experienced. They don't want to break up the family. It could be that they're afraid of not being able to take care of themselves. It could be due to housing, a lack of money, a lack of support, a lack of transportation. It could be feelings of, I deserve this, the shame that comes with it, right? So it could also be you're dependent on somebody because you have a disability. It could be fear of harm coming to children, family, or even pets. And it could be that it's cultural. So it could be that this behavior is normalized and that it's inflicted, there's guilt inflicted by the family, community, or culture. So those are just a couple. And again, I would just like to say that this happens across culture. So this is not dependent, but these things can be used against the person who is experiencing domestic violence. So race, gender, sexuality, education, a lack of education, those are things that can be used to gain power and to maintain control. So we talk about creating a safe environment. And so the ultimate goal in any type of conversation, if you even suspect that domestic violence is happening, is to make sure that you're maintaining safety and privacy. Because we don't want to create a situation where by asking a question, it causes the person to be placed in a harmful situation. Because the truth is, we don't know who's in the room as we're having these conversations. We can't assume that the parent can speak freely because we may know both parents. Both parents may have been in one of the sessions. We can't assume that we know exactly what's going on, and we can't assume that the person is free to speak exactly as they would like to, if they even want to disclose. You could be on speakerphone if you're talking on the phone. So there are some things that you can listen for in helping to achieve that goal of creating an environment that is safe for the person participating in the visit. So one of the things would be to listen for tone. Is there a change in their tone? Listen for background noise sometimes. Just ask if you have a suspicion. So say you're talking and the conversation changes abruptly, that may be an indicator that it's unsafe for the person to talk. So you could say, can you talk right now? Okay, if not, that's okay. Just reach out to me when you're available. The whole goal behind that is to just, of course, make sure the person is safe, but also to give the person an out to say, okay, I can reach out to you at another time. So you can say, call or text me. And also, it's helpful to focus on the family. So in checking in, what you might say is, hey, I found this resource. I just wanted to call you and tell you about it. So you're not saying, hey, I know we had the conversation that we had, and I want to know if you're okay, because that in and of itself, depending on who's in the room, can be a harmful situation to put the family in. So there are ways to work around that. But if you address it as though you're taking something for the entire family, that can kind of help to lessen the potential of harm coming to the parent. So now, just in general, you can put them in the chat, but what are some words, what are things that you think of when you think of domestic violence? Like, how does it make you feel to think that the families that you're serving some of them are potentially experiencing domestic violence? How does it make you feel to think that if a family discloses it to you, how do you feel about that? So some of the words that I initially think about are overwhelming. It's scary. You may be thinking, what do I do with this information? It can feel heavy, like it's a lot of responsibility. You may even be asking yourself, is this my job? I'm supposed to be here. I'm an early learning specialist. I'm taking books and toys. I'm doing these other things, but this is out of the realm for me. This is so far, this is not something that I have been taught to deal with, and this is just something that's uncomfortable. If there is a disclosure, or if you suspect something, be aware of your verbal and your nonverbal cues and your facial expressions. So if you've ever heard the expression, your face is really loud, the things that we communicate verbally and non-verbally, the person on the receiving end, they're watching. And so that may determine or inform how they choose to interact with you. So if they were going to disclose and they see a look of, it could be anything. It could be disappointment. It could be like, oh my gosh, whatever it is, if they see this thing, they may not disclose that information to you. So be authentic in your communication with families if you suspect that something is going on, and be aware of what you bring with you. So we listened to Malkia earlier talk about implicit bias. So bias could be coming in with this too, because everybody has their opinions and their feelings about it. And one of those things could be, you just need to leave. And what if the family is not ready to leave and then they see the judgment on your face? That may stop the conversation altogether. So in your role as the early learning specialist, you have a unique opportunity to stay connected to the families, which is actually a protective factor. So that makes you, in your role as the early learning specialist, that makes you as a person who has developed a relationship with the families, that makes you a protective factor. So, so we talk about staying connected. So you're always, when you're thinking about staying connected, especially if you suspect that domestic violence is happening, or you know for sure that it is because it has been disclosed to you, anytime that you check in, you want to check in with privacy in mind. You always want to be thinking, who's in the room? What impact could my words have? And you can just ask, how are you doing? You can say, I'm just checking in. How's everybody doing? Do you need anything? Hey, I was thinking about you and I wanted to reach out to see how your family's doing. And that's a way that allows you to still maintain contact. And you may not go in depth in it, but at least you'll know that the person is okay. So you can ask a question, and then also you can listen differently. So if the person did disclose and it is a safe environment, you may say something about, well, how did that feel for you? What are you thinking? Is there a time that's okay to talk? Do you want to keep texting? Do you want to use the phone? Do you even want to talk more about this? Because sometimes just saying the words out loud and being heard can really make a big difference in the life of a family. This is one thing that I always found difficult when it was disclosed to me. I wouldn't know what to say. I just would be stuck. And so these are some things that, you know, the family, you know which things would work for the family or not, but these are some things that you could say. You could start off by saying, I believe you, because in a lot of cases, people are not believed. If somebody says that they're the victim of domestic violence and they don't see bruises, they don't believe them. So you could say that I believe you. You could say that I'm sorry this is happening. You could say, I don't even know what to say right now, and that's okay. You can say, what would you like to do next? Make sure that if they have expressed that they don't want to leave, you can tell them you don't have to leave. I'm not going to pressure you to leave. We don't even have to have that conversation. I just need to know that you're okay, right? So the words on the screen, the understanding, the kindness, the caring, consideration, and especially empathy, those really go a long way in making someone feel comfortable and just being heard, right? And it's authentic. So it's not like you're not talking from a script, it's just authentic. So we can't talk about domestic violence without talking about mandated reporting. So is domestic violence reportable to child welfare? You are all mandated reporters in your role as early learning specialists or coordinators. So in Washington State, it's important to know that exposure to domestic violence in and of itself does not constitute child abuse or neglect. So if a parent tells you that they are being abused, that they are having harm caused to them, that is not something to report to child welfare, because that is the adult, it is not the child. That's not to say that the impact on the child is not negative, because we know that it is. But a child seeing domestic violence, when that has not happened to the child, that is not that is not necessarily a reason to call CPS. What is reportable though, is that if there's a weapon involved or harm comes to the child, so say one of the parents is holding the child and the other parent comes, or the partner comes and pushes and harm is caused to the child, that would be a case in which you would want to contact CPS or talk to your supervisor. Again, this is where that reflective practice comes in and you have the conversation. So we can't talk about this also without talking about the bias that comes in. So we know that across the country, there are Black people in particular are highly represented in CPS cases. And part of that is due to systemic racism. Part of that is due to bias, and people have well intentions. But what they may be witnessing, and they may not like the behavior, but it may not be actually be domestic violence. And the child is not harmed necessarily. So there is no physical harm to the child. And so in a lot of cases, there's actually disruption to the family that actually hurts the family more. And we know that about 60% of cases that are reported to CPS, if you ask the family or you ask the people involved in the CPS case, about 60% will say that it made it worse, that it didn't make it better. It made it worse. So those are things just to consider. Is it going to help? Is it going to hurt? Is this something that happened accidentally? Is this just an example of potentially poor parenting, right? Because that could happen too. Is it just because the parents don't know better? So if you have questions, I'll provide resources at the end where you can actually be connected to a domestic violence advocate who can walk you through the steps just so that you know what it looks like. Okay. So I just want to talk about really quickly that the connection to Parent Child Plus, you as a protective factor, supporting the non-abusive parent is linked to the child's safety. And that's what you do. You go in, you support, you build relationship, you strengthen that mother-child or that parent caregiver bond, and that's key to helping the child. You amplify the positive feelings, reinforce empathy for self and others with the materials that you take out, and just by being you. And you build resilience, and that is key to recovering from domestic violence. So it's important. I also put a note in here to say that it's important to know that 2/3 of children actually do not grow up to be abusive. 2/3 of children who experience domestic violence do not grow up to be abusers. The most consistent protective factor for children is the child's emotional recovery from exposure to domestic violence depends on the relationship with the non-abusive parent more than any other single factor. So the fact that you, in your role as an early learning specialist, that you go in and that you are building and reinforcing and strengthening that parent-child bond, that's a protective factor in and of itself. That could be the thing that disrupts this cycle of violence. It disrupts the impact of violence to the child. And you need to just understand that supporting the parents supports the child, right? You can't do it in isolation. If one is okay, then the other is okay usually. So just know that what you're doing, it makes a difference. And your relationship matters. And then here's a quote here that talks about how strengthening the mother-child bonding is key to helping children exposed to coercion and abuse. It talks about home visitation programs like Parent-Child Plus, whose emphasis is relationships and promoting healthy parenting. That is a disruptor of the cycle of domestic violence and the impact of it on the child. Okay, so I talked about you and your role as a protective factor. So these are some things that are built into the model. By nature of Parent-Child Plus as the model that it is, these are things that you're already doing. You're taking out the books to use to start to have and reinforce conversations about healthy relationships. That is almost every book you take out, you're talking about healthy relationships, and the characters are modeling what it's like to have healthy relationships. You're building the emotional vocabulary, so you're giving children and sometimes parents the words to say, this is how I'm feeling, right? They're able to identify it so they can get those things out and they know what it is that they're feeling. Again, you can't say this enough, supporting the positive things that a non-abusive parent is doing. So you do that by pointing out the strengths, which is also building that relationship. It's building confidence, and which could open up a door for something to happen. It could open up a door for steps forward. You just never know what that step could be. So you're reducing isolation. You go twice a week. For the amount of time that you go, you're reducing isolation just by showing up. And you're supporting the ability to bond with the child, and you're providing tools and opportunities for improving parenting skills. So these are some of the books that we've used. And again, I talked about the tools that Parent-Child Plus just kind of has built into the model. And one of those is using books along with relationship building, which is really important. You have these books to take that also build up these parenting skills. And so these are some of the things that the books help with. So you could talk about different feelings, you can talk about your feelings together and tell others how you're feeling. Again, that gets to that emotional vocabulary. It can help with emotional regulation. So does the child have the tools to self-regulate, to self-soothe, to calm down? Those are important things that are part of dealing with your emotions. Asking the family how they show love. What does this look like to you? Because it doesn't look the same to everybody. Feelings can be confusing when we don't have the words, which is why that emotional vocabulary really is so important. And then knowing how to describe our emotion is important. It's actually important to the child's development, as is knowing that it's okay to express feelings in healthy ways and giving examples of what healthy ways look like. So I'm not sure how much time, I wasn't tracking, I'm sorry.
You are,
Now, do we make these on site?
we have a couple more minutes left, just a
Okay.
few.
Okay. So I wanted to leave you with some resources. So one of the resources that comes out of Futures Without Violence, and some of you are using this card already, and it's called Healthy Moms, Happy Babies. And it actually talks about healthy relationships. And as you can see, nothing on this picture looks like domestic violence, if you had to define it. So this is actually, it could be something safe to distribute to families. So you can actually download it from their website, or you can get it for free, and shipping is free as well. So you can get these little cards. They're like the size of a business card. You can put them in information that you're taking out to families just so that people have it. But nothing in the cards calls out intimate partner violence. They do talk about healthy relationships. And these are a couple of websites. This one called The Hotline. You could click on that, and that's a safe website. There's a box up in the upper right-hand corner. So if somebody is looking at it and they need to get out of it suddenly, they just click the box and it goes away, and it doesn't even show up in your history, in your internet history. WSCDV, the Washington State Coalition Against Domestic Violence, that's where you can go to find out any resource that you need for domestic violence, you can be connected to domestic violence advocates who can help you through this process and who can help the families through the process. And so there again is the website, Futures Without Violence, where you can get these cards. And then this is just some information about what a domestic violence advocate does. Some of you may have it built into the agency that you work for and others don't. It's about building a network and building a bridge to domestic violence advocates. So thinking about forming a network ahead of time. So that if you need to do a referral or if you have concerns or if you just want to know more, you have somebody, an expert that you can reach out to so that it's not all on your shoulders. So the takeaway that I have here is, well, you can read it, but basically small moments matter, and they increase positive feelings for the parent and the child, which is a key indicator of safety and of forming a safe relationship. What I will end with is Tupac Shakur's quote or his poem that he wrote. Did you hear about the rose that grew from a crack in the concrete? It learned to walk without having feet. Funny it seems, but by keeping its dreams, it learned to be fresh. It learned to breathe fresh air. Long live the rose that grew from concrete when no one else ever cared. And this is how some people feel. And this is definitely, it speaks to resilience. It speaks to surviving, just the very nature of being a survivor. So I think that's it. Hopefully you all got something from it. If you have questions, you can always reach out, but hopefully this was helpful.
Thank you, Marcella. If you have any questions, you can post them in the chat. We'll try to get back to you all with answers. And also her slides will be part of the package that will come to you after the fact. All righty. Thank you again, Marcella. That was really great. And so again, reflective practice is essential, I think, for your well-being as an early learning specialist, or as a coordinator, that you have a chance to talk through things that you're dealing with your families. You shouldn't have to carry all of that on your own. We don't want you to carry it on your own. And intimate partner violence is one of the things that because you are in that home so often, you are privy to exceed. And there's just so many things that you just see by virtue of the family opening their home up to you. So I just making sure that you just been, Maria, you keep unmuting. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. Commercial, we have one person that we're trying to find out who you are, and you might be on a platform that you're not seeing the chat, and the name on your screen is K-A-A-S-H. If you can please let us know who you are, because you're not on our registration list, and we don't want, we want to make sure that we have only the people who are part of our program or who registered to be a part of this platform. So it's K-A-A-S-H, and you can respond. If you can respond in the chat, or you can, let your supervisor know who that is, or if anyone knows who that person is, please let us know, because we're just trying to keep track of who is in this space, because it is a safe space, and we wanted to make sure we keep it that way. Okay. So we're going to go on to the next session. We're going to do a core value, but before a core value, we are a little, where's my, okay. Let me erase the answer. For some reason, it is not letting me do what I want to do. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, ready? Another road trip trivia. What is the most common training command taught to dogs? Man, you guys are quick. Evelyn, were we able to capture the first correct answer? The winner is Jennifer Tan-Toko. Congratulations, Jennifer. And the answer was sit. So our next core value that we're going to talk about is focusing on child development. And in our framework and the whole core values of Parent Child Plus, it is also said focus on child-led work. So one of the things that we do is we help families respond to their child's cues and interests in ways that are interesting and relevant to the child's development and learning. We ask questions to enhance language and literacy. We talk about open-ended questions. We share information about child development, social emotional learning. We do exploration, we play, and we introduce new ways to enhance communication skills. The objectives and activities presented to the family, we always recognize that the home language and that the activities are child-friendly, culturally sensitive, and potentially uses resources that are available in the home. Our core value of focusing on child development will be implemented, helping the family respond, again, we said responding to their child's cues. And so we're about to look at how VISM and how it supports child development. And so we have at our next session, we have two speakers, two of our coordinators. One is Asha Parkudo, and she is a mother of two daughters. One is 10 and one is 12, and a son who's 5 years old. She currently is working as the early learning director at the West African Community Council, overseeing the preschool and home visiting programs. She holds a BA, she holds an AA in administration and a BA in project and programs management, along with experience in HR leadership and office management. Her passion for children made her go back to college to get a master's in early childhood education. Her dream is to be the voice of the voiceless, to stand and advocate for immigrants and refugees in general and people of color. Our other speaker is Carmen Casillas. And Carmen is from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. She came to the US 16 years ago. She's a wife and a mother of 3. She graduated as a lawyer in the University of Guadalajara in 1995 and finished her master's in 1998. She enjoys hiking, singing, dancing, cooking, and working. And so with that, I am going to turn the session over, let me stop sharing, to Carmen.
Thanks, Pamela. Share my screen with all of you. Okay. So I am going to present the VISM in child development with 3 of the business we use in Children's Home Society in our program. One of them is the music set for program 1, the cultural book that we use for program 2, What Can You Do with a Paleta, and the color monster we use for program 2 too. So the use of music in a home visit. The business name, as I said, is musical set, and we use it for program 2. Musical education in the childhood stage is essential for the integral development of the child, being a tool with which the stimulation, develop, and improvement of numerous capacities and learning is favored. What domains does music support when we use it in home visits? Physical and health development. Physical activities, gross and motor fine and motor skills. So when we use music in a visit, we can sing along or dance. So we are using the whole body or hands to clap or mouth to sing and make the expression of the music. 2, creative arts and expression. Creative movements and dance, art and drama. And 3, language and literacy. Receptive language, expressive language, and repetition. Music, it does, let me just move this. Music at this stage has a preferably exploratory, playful, and sensory character. The child experiences a playful, spontaneous, and exploratory music introduction to the immediate environment where expression and enjoyment of it are encouraged. Music is one of the most effective stimulation to promote evolution and learning, both physics and physical. With music, the child's body expression is stimulated, producing motor development, improving balance and muscle development, and favoring psychomotor and relaxation. Psychomotor and relaxation. So we have music is built on recurring beats, which marks out time in equal portions. So we can practice that beats by clapping or using the table. Rhythms are numerically connected to the beat. Exploring beat and rhythm introduces the young child to mathematical concepts in a simple form. Examples of song to learn and repeat numbers like 5 little dogs. So that song is 5 little dogs went up one day over and far away. So we are starting counting how many dogs came back and how many dogs are going away. So it is just an example of how can we use the music to also encourage to do repetition, colors, shapes or letters. The second business I will present is the cultural book that we use, and the name is What Can You Do with a Paleta? And the purpose of using a book to read according to the culture of the families we serve is that parents who live outside their country remembers and share their cultural roots with their children and memory of their way of life, its flavors and its songs. That is what Can You Do with a Paleta book is about. I forgot to mention the author of this book is Carmen Tafoya. So what domain do we support when we use the cultural book in a home visit? We promote social and emotional development in social relationships, emotional and behavioral health. And 2, social studies, knowledge and skills, family and community, history and events, people and environment. So this book describes the Hispanic culture, families gathering to make food involving children. And this book also describes the flavors and smells of the home in a poem. It is really good book. Kids tasting the flavors and describing the colors. So they have purple color, red color. So we name grape flavor, strawberry flavor, blueberry flavor. It depends the color of the popsicle. Parents talking about their cultural roots and passing along their culture to another generation.
Scan your item before placing it in the tray area.
So the third business is the color monster. It's used for the program year 2. And as Marcela told us, we use some books to talk about feelings and emotions, and we are using the color monster in Children's Home Society. So it is a good time to talk with kids about, with children about how they feel. And we relate the feeling with the color. So the color monster is by the author Ana Llenas. And the domain we handle with this book is social and emotional development, social relationships, self-regulation, emotional and behavioral health, literacy and knowledge and skills. So as I said, we use this book with children to talk about feelings, emotions. This book identifies each emotion, which each color, and helps parents to talk about. It is an easy, fun way to learn colors and face expression. And also the sounds, because when we are reading the book, we are also doing the sound of the feeling, like, oh, I am hungry, I am angry, or I am happy, or I am calm. Or so the sound of our reading is also expressing the emotion or the needs that we have in that moment. So that is my participation with these 3 business.
Carmen, are we going to do a breakout session with the activity?
Yes. So we are going to have a breakout session with an activity. If you want to pull out this, let me stop sharing here. Let me just go back and stop. So if you have this and you use this, and also you may find the cleaners in your bag of goodies, and we are going to have an activity in our breakout session. And I am ready.
Okay. So Khadija will do the breakouts. Is there a question that they should discuss, Carmen, as well, while they're in that session?
I will do the, yes, I will do the question in the breakout session.
Okay. So grab your material. Okay, welcome back. Oh, people are still coming back. Yeah, so this is could be a fun activity. Some of what you can do later on, we will send the link. I thought I added it to the agenda, forgive me. Just so many moving parts, but we'll send this to you. The idea and what Carmen was hoping you to do was that you could actually create, can people show their monsters, the ones that were able to create their pipe cleaner monsters? I saw a few. Yeah, they're so cute. And so, so the whole idea was to begin to talk about the developmental domains that are being supported by doing this activity. Like what developmental domains were you in supporting? So one could be, anybody want to write in the chat, like what is a domain that was being supported by doing this activity? Shout it out, write it in the thing. Because we're going to move on to our next speaker. Just one person?
Yeah, we just discussed fine motor skills.
Thank you. Yay, fine motor. It's a fine motor activity. So that is just wonderful. And this is some of the things when you're using your VISM, thinking about how is it supporting the child's development. Again, we're on the road to ready.
Also is the hand and eye coordination.
Hand and eye coordination. Very good. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Asha, and she's going to share her VISM and child development presentation.
Can you all see my screen?
No.
Not yet, Aisha.
Hi.
How are you, sweetie?
Good, good. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
No?
Now
Yes.
we can see.
Okay, yeah. So I know Carmen already did a lot regarding child development, but it doesn't hurt to repeat. So I want to highlight here the importance of toddler development, because we are serving toddlers, how we can help them. VISMs we are using every week with them. So for me, in order to reach out the goals in Parent-Child Plus, it is important to highlight, to have a main points, a main ways to choose our VISMs. For me, a VISM should help you talk to the child. If the child says, is that book or toys make us talk? We should talk, you should talk to me, play with me, help me think, help me grow, help me learn, and help me grow with the whole world together. What I mean here, my first slide is talk to me, which I refer to language and communication development. When we choose a VISM, we should make sure that this VISM creates a conversation between us and the child. Conversation using like questions like who, what happened in this book, or why is this toy this way? Why, which color do you want? How will you do this, do that? Questioning, and also rhyming, like Carmen presented before. Kids, they love singing, they love book with rhyming, they love toys. That's help them create and solve problems. They like everything that is engaging, you know, engaging and pretending. And for this kind of, to help them enhance their language development, one of the book I choose here, of course, we have many, many VISMs that we could use, but as an example, I'm choosing here the Chica Chica Boom Boom books, because this book is great. It is great to help a child enhance their early literacy. It exposes them to letters, alphabets, and it makes them repeat, you know, in so many ways. And it is important for their school readiness. It is a great, this book is a clever illustration that will engage the children to hear the story repeatedly, and it will give them many opportunities to practice their alphabetical knowledge. So the next step is play with me. which I refer to their physical and health well-being. The toys and the books we choose or the activities we are having with them should help them care for themselves, should model their health and physical care, should give them that opportunity to coordinate their movement, to practice, to participate in their daily routine, and to have like the coordination of their eyes and hand movements. As you can see here on the pictures, you have a dad playing like stacking blocks with his child. Those kind of toys are great examples of promoting the child health and well-being. And when we choose visums, we should make sure that it also promote their cognitive development. How do you help me think? You should put me in a way that it's recalling. I mean by recalling, okay, when we read a book or we play with a toy, what does that mean for me? Okay, when, for example, I open the very hungry caterpillar, I will see animals. Oh, I see a caterpillar before, or predicting. I see, okay, I went to the doctor and I see this kid too, mommy, they took my temperature using this. Or, okay, this kind of toys, if I take a stars and trying to fit it in the square, it's not gonna go. It's gonna help me sit, think, and try to solve the problem. So problem solving. And for this kind of a toy that really promote a cognitive skills, one of the toy is that we use in our agency is the Caterpillar Stacking Cups. It is a great toy that promotes cognitive development because it helps the child figure out the various ways to stack the pieces by color or size to create patterns. It helps a lot with problem solving, and it's related to math because the child can count how many pieces they have. It also promotes hand and eye coordinations and fine motor skills. And it helps the child explore the toy under their guidance. It helps them cultivate patience also, because if you take, for example, the big piece up there and go with the last one, very last one, it's not gonna work. So they have to sit, think, and take turn with you as the home visitor or as their parents. Okay, let's do that. It didn't work. Let's do that. It helped them really work on their tolerance and their frustration, which is a vital part of school readiness. The next thing is we need to help them. The visums need to help them grow emotionally in the society. And for that, we need to choose something that promotes trusting, modeling, expressing feelings, supporting their cultural responsiveness. For example, in our agency, we have so many books like that that we use. Baby Goes to Market, or other books like Mommy's Kisses. But here I highlight with another picture, Mommy's Hugs, and I show different colors. We should choose visum that show different colors, different kids from different origins, for them to understand that it is okay to be different. We need to accept each other, and we just need to love each other the way we are. And for an example, we use this book called Old Mikambahadi Farm. It is a toddler book, something we can use in cycle 1 or even cycle 2, it depends. For us, we are serving African kids, right? This book, it is like, we have a rhyme, the old McDonald rhymes, but they're only presenting the animals here in USA. So this book is presenting, it is the same rhyme, but presenting the animals we can see. And here in Africa, what happened, it's like teaching the kids to learn from their home country, what is happening there. Here is the zoo. They can go to the zoo and look what around, they can see the animals. But Africa, you can go to the farm and to see the animals you need to see. And they can be living with you in the same village too. So, and the next thing is learn with me. Since we are interacting with the kids as a home visitors, and parents have to interact with them during the review time, we need to be mindful of the visums we are using. Here, the visums should make them collaborate with us, make them reflect, and make them practice at the same time. Here, as you can see, two kids, they're trying, collaborating, using the lacing beads. That's what we should promote also, collaborations, because it is important for child development. And what I have to say at the end is for us to help them grow, we need to know a little bit about the toddler's development. We need to know that toddlers are busy. They're eager explorer with their small body and big feelings. We also need to know that toddlers, they're trying to do things for themselves, but they still need us. They still need help from adults that surround them and in their lives. And they're experiencing, everything is new for them. That's why we have to be really, we are impacting the first steps of their lives. So we need to expose them to good experience because they're trying to make sense to everything at the same time. And also they're learning new vocabularies, and they're trying to put together new words. That's why we really need to focus on something that can really help them talk, pronounce new words, interact with them. And we all know they like to dance, crawling around, running, which develop their gross motor skills. And they get frustrated a lot. But what we can say is their frustration melt away rather than melting down. And they're straightforward, concrete thinkers who truly believe that their mom kisses or anybody's kiss and hug can make them feel things all better. So for me, what we use as a visum, I really hope that it can help the children we are serving to feel better, and it's gonna be our great part to help them grow in general, to help them take a good step in their growing path. So that was all for me today. And the two questions I have will be that, what did you learn from this presentation? Is this presentation will impact the choices of your visums in the future? Feel free to let me know.
Oh, thank you, Asha. So we're going to go into breakout rooms, and we'll spend about 5 minutes or so reflecting on the two questions that Asha posted, and we will put them in the chat as well. It'll be in the announcement. So we'll do that. So Khadija, will you be able to do the breakout rooms again? And there we go. And let me get. Oh, cool.
Pam, are you sending the question?
Yeah, I was trying to find the exact word. Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. And then the first question, and then the second one was, will it, I knew she said, what did she, oh, let me stop recording. All righty, so I hope we were able to talk. I heard there was quite a few quiet rooms, and sometimes it's been a long day. I understand. We officially have a break on the agenda, but we're a little behind. So if you need to take a break, feel free to just go away, get something to drink, just take care of yourself. But we're going to keep moving on with the agenda because we're running just a little bit behind and we want to end on time. I know as you all would love that. So, but this is our last road trip trivia. So get ready for this question, fingers warmed up. And here is the question. How many arms does a starfish have? I'm telling you, some fingers, man. Evelyn, you can tell us when we've got a winner. Is she back? For someone to capture our winner, our first correct respondent. It looks like it is Yasmin. So our brand new coordinator from Children's Home Society, and the correct answer is 5. So congratulations, congratulations. So we're going to just be focusing on our last core value that we're going to be focusing on today, which is being a lifelong learner. One of the most basic beliefs we carry about ourselves has to do with how we view our own personality. For example, a fixed mindset assumes that our character, intelligence, and creativity are static, whereas a growth mindset thrives on overcoming challenges. A growth mindset sees failure not as evidence of unintelligence, but as a springboard for growth to expand our abilities and skills. That's Dweck in 2007. Parent Child Plus believes that mastering the skills needed to gain the competence needed for the work is possible with ongoing training, supervision, and professional development. Today, we are graced with 3 people who are working on, it's a coalition, I believe, of people in there. It's still growing, and it's called POP. They're creating, it's called Pipeline to Educational Opportunity. And our 3 presenters that are going to come to us today are Jennifer Rees, and she is the Director of Promoting First Relationships Home Visiting Program at the Barnard Center and is a social worker. She began working for the Promoting First Relationships in 2005 as a trainer and as a reflective consultant in the field of infant and early childhood mental health. The second one of our speakers is Monica Oxford. Monica Oxford is the Executive Director of the Barnard Center for Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health and a faculty at the University of Washington. Her research focuses on community-based home visiting to support families with children under the age of 5. And last but not least, our other speaker is Leslie Kessler. And she is the director of the Green River College Bachelor's Program in Early Childhood Education, Infant and Mental Health. Her teaching focuses on relational health of young children and their caregivers. She launched the BAS program in infant and early childhood mental health at Green River to provide students a pathway to careers working with young children with a focus on mental health and caregiver-child relationships. Again, we want you all to learn and to grow, and we want to change the face of the early learning world. And these 3 ladies are a part of the network that is trying to do that. And with that, I am going to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Pam. So nice to be here. I'm going to share my screen. My name is Monica Oxford, and my colleagues Jen and Leslie are joining us. I am just very appreciative to have this time, Pam, and to meet all of you. Excited to talk about some of the initiatives that we're undertaking. As Pam said, our goal and our vision is to have a more diverse workforce in infant and early childhood mental health. Predominantly, the providers are white women, and they're not culturally and linguistically matched to all those receiving services in the community. And we really believe that to promote a sense of safety and security among all families with their providers, that they deserve the opportunity to work with somebody who is culturally and linguistically matched. At the core of infant mental health is a sense of safety. And we recently had a speaker, I don't know if any of you attended, we had a speaker, Dr. Saida Pepra, who talked about historical trauma and implicit bias and things like that. And she used the term cultural safety to talk about this, to talk about working with providers and having the provider engage in a way that promotes cultural safety. And we do believe that a very important strategy to promote that is to have culturally and linguistically matched providers with families. And so I'm really honored to just have some of your time to talk about this. As Leslie said, we are a coalition of folks. We are, right now, we're made up of folks from Green River College, Washington Association for Infant Mental Health, the School of Social Work, and the Barnard Center for Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health. And what we're really focused on is thinking about careers in infant and early childhood mental health, and to support folks such as yourself to think about, like, is this a career for me? Is this something I would like to do? And even with what we're presenting today, I've put this up on our website. You can take this handout or this PowerPoint, there's a lot of links on there, and share it with your family members, share it with your neighbor, share it with whomever you want, or utilize the links to do some of your own research. We have some open house or like drop-in sessions I'm going to mention at the end of this presentation. It's just a brief presentation, but the drop-in sessions are really intended to take this to the next step. So I'm just doing some introduction stuff today about the pathways. And then if you want to dig a little deeper, we are making ourselves available. There's a Zoom link, and I'm going to show you how to get to that. Jen Reese is going to send over chat the link to the PowerPoint and the drop-in sessions. It's at the Barnard Center at the School of Nursing. And so join us for those drop-in sessions. We have 3 up there right now. We'll have more in December. Every month we're going to do this, and we really just want to support you. If you have questions really about anything at any place along the pathway. So, and I understand many of you are the Parent Child Plus providers, and so you're already doing home visiting. I popped in just at the end of the last presentation talking about the types of materials and supports that you can use with families that you work with, which was just really wonderful to see. So one of the big roles in infant and early childhood mental health are home visitors. That's a big career pathway. The state, the county, King County, and the state are very invested in it. There's also a lot of federal money going into home visiting. So there are different programs such as the Parent Child Plus or Nurse Family Partnership or MCV, the maternal child health home visiting that's done by the federal government. Lots of different programs and lots of opportunities for careers. So we've listed that here in this careers list. Family advocate, nurse, public health nursing, doula, case manager, consultant or family navigator, peer support, parent educator or coach, maternal support, infant case manager, and therapist or social worker. Those are just some of the roles that people who work with parents and young children are fulfilling, and that really represent the field of infant and early childhood mental health. It's a specialty area that focuses on the quality of the parent-child relationship. And as I said, typically through home visiting. And so what we want to do is provide opportunities for you to learn about training programs out there, and when possible, funding opportunities, and to even just talk to us, what would be a good career for you? And we could do that during the dropout session. There's also a really important niche in this area of working with children directly. So speech and language therapists, have any of you thought this would be a great place for me? And we may already have speech and language therapists in this audience. Or occupational therapy, working with children's motor development, guardian ad litem, infant specialists, nurse, pediatric nursing, and of course, childcare professionals and paraeducators. So those are all roles that are directly supporting infants' mental health by providing safe, secure, responsive services. So what we've done here is, and actually this is thanks to Pam. She said, oh, she was visualizing pathways, and I had a really sort of not attractive PowerPoint. And then when Pam said that, I thought, oh, I could have someone draw pathways. And so it's a little bit prettier. But here's just sort of beginning pathways. And like I said, you can share this with anybody you want. It's on our website. But thinking about somebody who's maybe just gotten out of high school or who hasn't started their educational pathway yet, and they want to just take off a little bite because they might be busy, they might have family obligations, working obligations, so they can't really do a lot right now. There are this upper pathway here. There's lots of opportunities that are smaller chunks of time and commitment that get you into the field. So Merit has their early learning professional development system, and you can go to, if you see on my PowerPoint, I have slide 17. That's because this deck is actually kind of big. And if you're interested in that, you go to our website, go to slide 17, and it has more information. One of the really great things for early childhood education are stackable certificates. And I'm going to briefly show you what that looks like so you get an idea. But it's something where you can take a small bite out of a stackable certificate, get a certificate, get your first certificate, and then build on top of it and get additional certificates eventually until you are certified fully in the early childhood education system. Community health worker, that's a really important role in different community organizations. And I'm guessing many of you have those roles or are on this call, are fulfilling those roles. That information is on slide 16, and that's a more, I think it's 30 hours of training. So these are smaller chunks of time and effort if you want to start getting into the field of supporting families and their young children. And then this lower pathway here is getting an Associates of Arts degree. So an AA or 2 years of college. And many of our state colleges, so the, formerly called the community colleges, are doing these AA degrees and focus on early childhood education. So that's sort of, for folks who are just getting started and they're thinking, I do really want to work with families and young children. And these are some pathways into that. Then this next slide is if you're starting off, you're getting an associate's degree, we have slides on that, then you can transfer into a bachelor's degree. That's this upper slide here. And typically it's a bachelor's in applied science. This lower pathway is a bachelor's in applied science. You can go directly into the bachelor's program. I'm going to talk a little bit about I'm going to have Leslie talk a little bit about the Green River program, which focuses on infant and early childhood mental health. It's very unique. It's the only one in the state that focuses on infant and early childhood mental health. And there's also funding connected to it. So that's super exciting. But that equips you to do more home visiting, maybe a case manager, family navigator, different careers in that area. And then this next slide is if you are interested, either you're moving through those pathways or you have a bachelor's degree and you want to get a master's degree. I think that there's a greater recognition that we need to make master's degrees more accessible for folks. We need to provide more funding. And recently, the School of Social Work at the University of Washington received some funding from the Balmers. This funding will go to increase the pool of social workers, and they are specifically looking to increase the diversity of the pool of social workers who are looking to get a master's degree. I don't know exactly what that program will look like. I do know that the School of Social Work is, they have evening programs for working professionals. That's what I did. I did the evening program. I believe they have online. So they have kind of more accessible ways to get degrees, but there's also other colleges out there. There's one other college someone told me about, Goddard College, and they have a dual language program. I'm going to make sure I get that up on the website so that you have that information. I believe it's in Spanish. So there are opportunities there. And for those who are already master's trained or you're working on your master's degree, we also are recruiting providers of color into our advanced clinical training program. That's here, it's on slide 32. We have some open houses scheduled for that. And this is led by Dr. Nucha Isarowong, and it's really on decolonization of practice and diversity-informed practice and social justice. And focused on sort of what is the structure of our systems that create oppression, and then how do we as providers address that, and then how do we provide clinical services on top of that. And then of course, I put this PhD here. I started my career, I didn't know that I could go to college when I turned 18. I went to college in my 20s, and it was randomly I found out I could, like that there were community colleges. So I started in a community college and I ended up getting a PhD. And honestly, never in my wildest dreams would I ever thought that possible. But there are supports, especially here in the School of Social Work at the University of Washington, for funding for that. So if you're considering that, please talk to us. We really want to just make this an opportunity for people to have conversations. So back to the master's degree, that can lead to being an infant mental health consultant, an infant mental health therapist, and other more clinical careers that are, typically license eligible that you get with a master's degree. All right, and then there's a whole host of professional development opportunities available to you. I am from the Barnard Center, and Jennifer Reese is from the Barnard Center at a program called Parent-Child Relationships Program. So that's this first one. And we have a variety of offerings, some very affordable, some more extensive training, clinical training, or certified training in promoting first relationships. That's one of the home visiting programs we deliver training for. But we also have free lecture series. So this in December, we have Dr. Isarowong is presenting on father engagement, and that's just free to everybody. Those free lecture series are typically an hour or an hour and a half. The Washington Association for Infant Mental Health has trainings, professional development available, and then again, the merit system, and that's on slide 32. And I've already mentioned the advanced clinical training program. So these are organizations with really a particular focus on infant mental health. And I'm going to turn it over to Leslie to just walk through one potential pathway. There are so many pathways because we're all different. We have different needs. We have different, family situations. Some of us can do daytime, some can't. Anyway, so we've outlined one specific pathway that I'm very excited that we have this opportunity through Leslie's program. Before I turn it over to Leslie, and I'll forward to your side, Leslie, this is where you can get the drop-in information. So this is the barnardcenter.nursing.uw.edu. Jen is going to put it in chat so that you can just click on it and bookmark it if you want. hit on about, go to career drop-in sessions, November 3rd at lunchtime, November 15th, and we'll add new ones every single month. I'm excited to actually talk to people who are interested in the FAFSA, which is the federal free application for financial aid, if you're interested in filling that out. I also discovered in my research that there is Washington state financial aid if you're not eligible for FAFSA. So if you're undocumented, you're not eligible for FAFSA, there is state funding. So I'm happy to talk to people about that and share the research that we've done on that and help you think through, like, well, how do I, when do I fill this out? How do I fill it out? And then finally, I'm also adding that we've discovered there's programs at a lot of the Seattle colleges. This is at South Seattle, and they don't have a lot on infant and early childhood mental health or early childhood education. But I know Leslie's program has this, but TRIO are services within the state college system that help people navigate who are typically first generation college. I was first generation college, and it's difficult to navigate. And so these services really help first gen and folks navigate the system. So with that, I'm gonna skip forward just briefly. Actually, Leslie, can you talk about the stackable, and then I'll get to the program, because this is so cool. I didn't know about this. Thanks,
Yeah.
Leslie.
Yeah, hi everybody. So my name is Leslie, and thanks, Monica. I teach, or I'm the director actually of the early childhood education program at Green River. And so we have certificates all the way from 12 credits up to 50, 47 here, 47 credits, and then also several different two-year degree options in our program. And a few years ago, we created the Bachelor of Applied Science in Infant Child Mental Health, partly because that's my passion, and I just felt a need for making that connection between the early learning world and the mental health world, where I felt there was a huge gap in communication and collaboration. And so it's been very successful. I love it. I actually see one of my students here. Quinn is here. She's a student that started this fall in the program. And so I think she's enjoying the program. Maybe she can share something. So anyway, when you start out at Green River, if you were starting in an early childhood program on those stackable certificates, oops.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I went forward to your program.
Yeah. Okay. I could do either one. I could talk about those stackable certificates very quickly. So if you were starting at the very beginning, you would start with earning a 12 credit certificate. That's an initial certificate that's recognized by the state of Washington. And so I don't know if any of you are aware of the Early Achievers program or Child Care Aware. Yeah, they provide funding for tuition assistance for students, bonus incentives for students that finish certificates, as well as the centers that they work at. So it's a really wonderful program and a attempt to train the workforce. And so we're really excited about the stackable certificates. So you take the first 3 classes, you earn that certificate, you move on to the next one, you take 2 additional classes, 8 more credits, you earn the second certificate, which is called the short certificate. And then you add on the remaining credits, 27, and you get the state certificate. And those courses all build into your 2-year degree, which is about 90 credits. So everything builds, it's just that you can stop at a certain point and step out and work if you want, and then step back in and continue and build onto the next, level, and then step out again, step in. All of these credits transfer into the Bachelor of Applied Science degree that we've created at Green River. And that is a 4-year bachelor's degree, heavy on application though. I stress to my students that, this is a different degree because everybody is working during the degree. The classes are 2 nights a week. And actually next year I'm switching it to a virtual hybrid program. And so people do not have to come to the college for the classes. We can do it like this. We're going to be doing it this way so that we can open it up to more students. But we'll still only meet 1 or 2 nights per week in the program for 2 years. And so like I said, you're working during the program. So what you're learning in class, you can take right to your work and apply it, and then bring it back and share. So there's a lot of discussion and reflection and, support from all the students in the program. And then you can move on from the bachelor's program into some of the other areas that Monica was talking about.
And can I just interrupt before you talk about the Green River program? If you go to this website, and again, this PowerPoint is on that website that Jen sent the link for, there's a map and there's stackable certificates all over the state.
Yeah.
So it's not limited.
Right.
There's also some immersion where they provide stackable certificates in other languages. So this is really incredibly important for accessibility and equity. So you can go to this map, click on a link in your neighborhood or in your region to find the languages that these programs are taught in. Okay, now I'm going to forward to Green River. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. And all of the classes, like all of the stackable classes in the first 2 certificates at Green River are online. So they're available to anyone. But Monica's right. They are common courses throughout the community college system in the state of Washington. So anyone who has an early childhood program and has these courses, they're the same in every college and they transfer between colleges. So here's the slide on our Bachelor's of Applied Science in Early Childhood, which is specializing in infant child mental health. My contact information is there. If anybody wants to contact me, I'd be happy to talk to you about the certificates, the 2-year degree, the 4-year degree. And as I mentioned, it'll be online or virtual, the next cohort that starts up next fall. So it's a cohort program too. So you stay with the same students for the 2 years, which I find is really a great way to build that, that connection between people, and you meet a lot of people from all over. And I know that my cohorts that have graduated have remained close, as they've gone out and changed jobs, and it's a great networking. I don't know, you can't. There's also many opportunities in the college system to get funding, to have assistance. So I can't even really name them all, but there's of course, Child Care Aware. Most of my students are working and are funded by Child Care Aware, which pays all the tuition and $1,900 a year for books. So most of them get all their tuition paid for. So they pretty much go to college for free.
Okay. And then this is just the financial aid information, but I do have a drop-in session scheduled, I think November 15th, if you want to talk more about the options for financial aid. I want to open it up for questions. Keep things, I know that you were close to the end of your time together today, but are there questions or thoughts or questions we should address maybe in our drop-in sessions, questions we should prepare for?
Hi, I'm Rica Mosqueda from Atlantic Street Center. Just a question about accessibility for students. Has this presentation been presented to families of color, or not families necessarily, but even students of color? More so those who are going out of high school and transitioning into possibly the next step. A lot of them don't know what they want. I know that my child, we're here in South Seattle, and she went to a school that had academies in the high school, and in the realm for healthcare in particular was like a really big academy, but nothing was really presented to them unless you had a knowing parent who was able to take them and say, listen, let's check this out, that kind of thing.
Right.
If you are looking for a workforce that are going to be of color, okay, yeah. People of color, this has to be presented earlier, okay? Yeah. Instead of, not that us as adults, we can't use this information, but if you really want to know, the younger ones or the younger adults really need to be, this needs to be presented to, like either in a health fair or some kind of, even a job fair, even possibly. Yeah. But we got a lot of students that are going through that running start situation, and some of them still don't know what they really want to do with their lives.
Absolutely. Part of our strategy will be to go to high schools. We've been kind of working on this and doing outreach right now, but absolutely. And you can, Jen maybe can put our emails in the chat, but if you have a high school you would like us to present to, we'll present.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'm even just thinking like the bigger school districts.
Yeah.
Seattle's the biggest here in Washington. I mean, has this been presented to even, someone there? I mean, someone who's doing like a family community outreach or, and I don't know, this information is really important. I know WAFSA and FAFSA are out there and most families don't know because it's either a language barrier or, they're just not told, they need someone else to tell them. But yeah, in order to make a workforce in the future of people that we are trying to serve, it really needs to be done earlier. And that's just how I see it.
I think that's great feedback. Thank you. Absolutely. Any other comments or questions or advice for strategies of reaching different workforce populations?
Yes, I have a question. With the stackable certificates that you have, what if someone stopped going and wanted to return back to finish some of this, that certificate? Can they come to you guys and show you what they already have and you help them finish that? Because that would be me.
Definitely. I get students like that all the time. Yeah, happy to talk to you. Yeah.
Okay, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
And Nicole, Leslie, and I will be on those first 2 drop-in sessions if you wanted to join us then, or it sounds like you could also email Leslie.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love to be on them.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? And this PowerPoint just lives on this website. We'll be adding to it. If you want to present it to a PTA at a high school, or please, anyone can take this and present it. There's no ownership here. This is for all of us. So if you have an opportunity to have a conversation with a group, please take this and adapt it, change it, do whatever you want with it.
Can you repeat the drop-in session dates? I know you can go online to find that link, and again, you'll have that, but.
Yeah, let me get to it. Okay, so on this page, it's November 3rd at noon. November 15th at 4:30 to 5:30. And November 18th is the FAFSA, and the state funding would be from 1 to 2. And this is for anybody. If your cousin is interested, if your high school student is interested, this is for anybody. We're just making ourselves available. And all you have to do is go to this website, Barnard Center at nursing.edu/about. And Jen has put that link in the chat. Maybe Jen can do it again. And click on that Zoom and we'll be there. And literally anybody, a neighbor, somebody who recently said that they're interested, will be there.
Well, thank you, ladies. We wanted to present this to you because a lot of you have expressed in the past that you were looking to further your education and wanting to grow in the profession. You all work with families now. You are all, frontliners and supporting families, but some of you want to grow, and we all come at this work at different places in our lives. Some have without a degree or not a degree from the US. Some of you may have had some certificates that somebody was talking about and wanting to move maybe to an associate. Some of you have a master's or a bachelor's and you want to get a master's. Some of you have a master's and you want to go further with other credentialing, whether it's a licensure or a PhD. And they're actually going to look for some EDD work as well for those who are not wanting to bite the whole PhD piece of your doctorate work. But this is an ever-growing piece. I do not want to lose all of you beautiful people from Parent Child Plus, but I want you to be able to grow in whatever way you want to grow. So this is just an opportunity. We will continue to add to it. Dr. Cronin today has the work at Goddard, and we'll get more information from her to share with you, and have them added to this whole network. And so this is just for you to grow, to sharpen your skills, and be the people who you sometimes are frustrated you can't send your families to, right? So this is just an opportunity. Again, go to the sessions, ask your questions. I really don't have the answers. All I'm going to do is refer you to someone who has the answers, but there's no question that is too silly. This might be the time to dip your toe in the water, and to see what's available. And quite a few of you are in these programs or have been in this program. So, speak up and say, hey, I was through Green River, I did that, or I did this other one, or I've been through promoting first relationships. I know a lot of you have been through that. And so just talk about that and share how it meant and what it meant to you. And again, spread the word, and especially as financial opportunities become available, because we know finances are always a barrier, but there are really some unique programs out here. And because they're cohorts, and I know I've heard of one that has language cohorts. So there's just so many other ways in which you can do it. There's mentors to help you walk through the process so you don't feel alone, because sometimes it can feel really lonely as a person of color out here when you go to these classrooms and you're looking around and you're it, right? So there's ways in which we can help you move through that. So thank you again, ladies.
Thank you, Pam.
I'll share the link again. It will be in your resources when we send out the final information from today.
Yeah, and somebody asked about GED for the parents that you're serving.
Mm-hmm.
And Leslie just responded, they have GED programs at Green River. My guess is a lot of the community colleges do. I will do some homework so that by the time our drop-in sessions happen, I'll have some more information on GED. So thank you. And if you want to drop in, I'll get that, or I'll send it also to Pam. But that's a great thing, right? And you can do this presentation for your parents that you're serving, if you have a community group or something. So yeah, so GEDs at Green River. Thank you so much. I so much appreciate the time, and we will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
And so we are coming towards the end of our day, and I am going to now turn it over to Ida. I don't know, do I need to share a screen? Let's see.
Hello. We are going to work on the evaluations for the day.
Are you going to?
And so we are going to get the evaluations ready, and then move on to the grounding. Is that okay, Pam?
That's fine.
So here's the link for the evaluation of today. Can you see it in the chat? There is 115 of us right now. So that we are looking to have a goal of 85% of representation in the answers. So that is going to be 98. We need 98 evaluations to be returned. So we're going to get started, and I will let you know how many we are receiving. So please go ahead in the link and start returning your evaluations. And then Pam is going to let us know also, is there something, Pam, if we finish our evaluations, what's happening?
Yeah, there is a prize that we will give to everyone if we meet our threshold of 85%.
Thank you, Pam. So yes, you can do this in the phone. I know you asked me if you can do this on the phone. Yes, definitely. So please go ahead and take time to respond to this. I don't see any responses yet. So I'll let you know as soon as I start getting responses over here. Take a few minutes to answer for today's session. Thank you. It will not show your name. It is an anonymous evaluation. I got 2 responses already. Okay, 97 to go. Got this. I was talking, you cannot hear me. Thank you, Araceli. I cannot see who did it or who didn't, but it was probably a little lag. Again, these are anonymous survey responses. I have 12 responses so far. Thank you. So please keep them coming as we are getting close to wrapping up the whole day. 20 responses. Okay, thank you.
It was great. Thank you. Can I leave now?
Well, we only have a couple more minutes if you can hang around, so you send the product. But if you have to go, you have to go. Do take care of yourself.
Yeah, I gotta take care of my kids now.
Okay, do what you need to do.
Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Thank you.
I saw some folks. Take care, Claire. I saw some folks just coming in. The link for the survey is in the chat, and we are getting responses. We are making it to 98 responses. And so far we have 40 responses. So we're getting very close. Thank you everyone for making sure your responses are in so that we can move on to the next part. Thank you, Pam, for putting it in the chat. Again, for folks who are just coming back in.
One of our frameworks is that we're data driven, and this helps us really, we look at these to determine how we should move forward for future training. So your answers help.
Okay, we have 44. I think we're missing, the last time we were able to do it a little faster, but we're gonna be waiting here. 45, 46, thank you again. If you finished your survey, don't forget that this morning you had another survey from ORS. This is a different one. So if you have a couple of minutes to complete that one is a really important one, also to be able to learn about what we are calling cultural match. And we want to learn from you about cultural match. So please make sure that you also fill that one out. We are at 55 responses.
Do you mind submitting that first survey, please, early this morning?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. Do you have the link, Pam? If not, I can go and look in the chat as well. I'm looking for the link right now.
Hi, Day. I just added it, what I found in the chat.
Oh, thank you so much. So the one that Marcela just put is a Parent Child Plus coordinator and early learning specialist one. Okay, we have 61 responses. Thank you. Please keep your responses coming. And 62. If you haven't filled out the morning survey, it should also not take more than 5 minutes according to ORS analysis that, oh, thank you also, Gabriela, for putting in the chat. That is the morning. So we have 2 surveys going on. Somebody just came in, and if you didn't see it, please let us know. 65 responses. Okay, getting there. And if you can stay a little longer, please stay so that we can go ahead and finish strong. We are very close to finishing our day of learning. Okay, we have 67 responses. Thank you so much. 68. All right, here they're coming. The last time we received a surprise book. Yes, yes.
No, I was going to say, do you want to just go to the grounding while people are filling that out, or do they need to be finished to be present for the grounding? I'm just
ideally be present for the grounding, but I can go ahead and do it so that we can do the 2 things. Okay. That feels good. All right. So as the last part of today, something that we want to make sure that we do is that we end as we started with a grounding activity for all of us to be able to be together. So at the beginning of the day, we started talking about being in our breath and started to breathe, and coming in, we rolled our shoulders, we stretched a little bit. So we're going to do something similar right now. So to complete the day, let's go ahead and also come back to breath. So let's breathe 2 times. Inhale. Exhale. We were in front of the computer in this screen for a long, long time. So let's roll our shoulders to one side, and then let's roll our shoulders again. So one of the things that we're going to do into our breath as we return is to remember everything that we learned today. As you breathe, I'm going to read something for you, and then just please, if you would like to close your eyes, you don't have to close your eyes, but if you would like, you can do so. Continue to breathe deeply, and also if you want to put your hands close to your heart. So as we return into breath, remember that today you have done a lot of learning. Please feel proud in everything that you know, in your experience, and in your role in our communities. You are supporting others. Continue to look inward and think of a time when you also felt accomplished. Think of a project or a task or a skill that you completed successfully. Remember that sense of accomplishment. Stand tall with your head held high and shoulders back. Embrace this confidence. Remember this feeling. Draw on this memory when you doubt yourself. We are doing this together. Each of us has an important role in the well-being of our children. So these breaths are to remember that we are interconnected, to remember our interdependence, and to feel the endless connection that supports each of us. Return to your breath and enjoy this moment of gratitude. Let's breathe for 2 more times. Big, big inhale. And exhale 1 more time. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying for the whole day and for everything that you know. We feel so much gratitude to share space with you today. I'm passing it back to you, Pam. We cannot hear you.
I know, I realize it. I just want to say we need to all use your reaction buttons, use your hand, unmute, speak, This day would not have happened without this planning committee. This was not just one person, it was a collective. Everyone put in a lot of work to make this a really great day for you. Asha Pacoda, Carmen Casillas, Evelyn Merrimee, Aide Lavriego, Khadija Morgan, Marcella Taylor, Maria Fulton, Monique Blockman, myself, and Rose McKinney. So use your emojis. I'm going to stop sharing screen. Let them know, you know, what you feel for this, and just say thank you. Let them know that you appreciate it. And you should have seen Marcella's fight with USPS in Khadija's living room, getting your packages together for those of you that registered to get them. So, and I love her s'more, what is it called? You are appreciated more than you know. So, you know, just that is so true. And so I just want to thank you all. Have a good beginning of program year. I know some of you have already started visits. For those of you are about to start, good luck. Make sure, you know, you just work. If you need help, reach out to your supervisor and let us know. And we will be calling on you for the planning committee for spring. So, but we will hopefully see each other before then. So with that, I will let you all go. Thank you so much. And we will send all the documents. It won't happen tomorrow, so please don't ask for it tomorrow. It's going to take a couple days, but we'll get it to you, okay? Take care, everybody.